All right. Should be live in just a second on all the platforms. I think we're live on TikTok now. Let me double check. Yeah, we're live on TikTok. Let me make sure we're live on YouTube. A lot of people are live right now, actually. Dawkins live. Daniel's live. God of Logic is live. John's live. A lot of people are live tonight. All right, let me get the guest boxes open. The guest box on YouTube should already be open. Let me turn on my virtual camera though. All right, virtual camera is turned on. Put the host in. Audio looks like it's set, good to go there. Let me open up the guest box on TikTok. Oop, there we go. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. And then I know there's way too many lives happening, right? No kitten camp. Sorry, yeah, I don't have a prompt currently that shows my background for the Q&A. I have to make one still yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Welcome back, Creed.
Hi, Justin.
What's the good word?
This is a Q&A night, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question about the Bible real quickly?
Sure, yeah.
Like this, like First Timothy, like chapter 2, like verse 15, it says like the woman to be like preserved through childbearing. What does that actually mean, Justin?
So First Timothy, typically people take at face value. Now, there's a lot of different interpretations for it. You can say that it's not talking about like heavenly salvation. It's just talking about the way of a woman. But I personally have always read it as being exactly the way that it reads. Like the translators could have done something different with it. Like if it didn't really mean, if it wasn't really like a salvation issue, they could have just translated it differently. They chose to translate it that way because that seems to be the way most people are taking it. I understand that this is a contradiction to like what most people believe about the Christian message.
Yeah, because like I was like kind of like honestly, I was just kind of thinking to myself like nobody talks about this passage, and it's like really weird because I thought like your works don't save you. That sounds like a work-based salvation to me. So I'm like, huh?
Yeah, well, not just this, also 1 Corinthians chapter 7, which we'll discuss in a minute. I'm curious if my Bible actually addresses it. I'm going to check real quick. Let's see. The proper demeanor of a faithful woman. The author objects to the current practice of women holding leadership and teaching positions because it threatens the conventional domestic order. And then it says she will be saved through childbearing. It says a soteriology at odds with Paul's justification by faith. Yeah, exactly. So the commenter in the New Oxford Annotated Bible reads it exactly like you and I do. They're saying no, this is just it's a contradictory passage. That
Yeah, well, probably because Paul didn't even write this part anyway. Paul didn't even write this book.
nailed it. Yeah, most scholars will tell you that Timothy 1 and 2 aren't actually part of the genuine Pauline epistles, which is why you have the contradiction. It's also true that in 1 Corinthians 14, when the women are told to shut up and sit down, that's not authentic to that epistle either. Paul, as
It
best we
doesn't
can
make any
tell,
sense.
yeah, Paul, as best we can tell, was egalitarian. He seemed to promote women. Even he used to make tents for a living, and he used to do tent making with Aquila and Priscilla. But he, like, when he mentions the two of them, quite often he'll put the wife's name first, which is typically you wouldn't do that in ancient Rome. He he did it probably either not thinking about it or because he actually thought that she was the more well known of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking it's strange because, like, I was thinking, like, it is weird because this passage seals almost like it's like it doesn't even make any sense either. That the justification he gives doesn't even make any sense because he says like Eve was like formed second and she was like deceived. It doesn't even make any sense.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, so
there's
listen
one.
to.
If you go to First
Mhm.
Corinthians 7, there's one passage in here that it seems to be actually Pauline, and then also at the same time, it seems to contradict what Paul says elsewhere. But it's, sometimes reading the Bible is what's the word I'm looking for? Well, sometimes it just contradicts itself. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen that before. 1 second. All right. Oh, that's First Corinthians 14. So I wanted the other window. Sorry, let me grab the other window. That guy there. Yeah. So when he's talking to those that are married to unbelievers, it's interesting. It says, if any brother has a wife who is an unbeliever and she consents to live with him, he shall not divorce her. If any woman has a husband who is an unbeliever and he consents to live with her, he shall not divorce the husband. For the unbelieving husband is made holy through the wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy through the brother. Crazy. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy. So this is like a really interesting thing he's suggesting here. It's hard to know if he's talking about like actual salvation or if he's just referring to like the laws regarding cleanliness. But it seems like he's referring to actual salvation. If that's the
Yeah,
case,
well,
then Paul contradicts himself.
you see something similar in like First Peter chapter 3,
Yeah.
where he talks
Hmm.
about like a wife like being gentle or something. It doesn't really. But that's about it, Justin. I was just curious because this passage doesn't make any sense, and like, and you ask anybody about it, like it's just the interpretations are so wildly different.
Yeah.
So yeah, so,
Good
well, thanks,
question though.
Justin. It was great. Great talking to you, man.
Cheers, man. Good to see you. W Creed. Creed used to be a Christian actually. Creed used to come up and chat with me as a Christian. He's really doing he's been doing a lot of work in his deconstruction and post deconstruction. And hey Jim, thanks for being here tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, let's get this party stated, not started, just stated, as stated in 4 gospels. HAV only of that sissy crap. Listen, all other versions are a perversion, right? Jesus fed 5,000 with loaves and fishes. What did he do? For the people that brought a packed lunch and coupons. Good point. I actually wonder like how that story played out because like if you had to divide all the fishes and loaves, it's interesting that like it would have taken so long. I don't know if you guys have been to a big convention, but even like doing like a potluck with like a couple hundred people, it's a nightmare. If you've ever been to a large, very large church potluck, even when the food's already there, already ready to go, and then people start getting in line to get food, it'll take all damn morning. How long would it take to feed 5,000 people by manually dividing fishes and loaves? It would have been faster for them just to go into the city, buy their own food, and come back. Like what a preposterous story! It's crazy. Also, let me grab. I forgot to grab my drink in the other room. I'll be right back. There's a bunch of stories in the Bible where if you just sit down and say, okay, from just a pure like logistical standpoint, what would this look like? Like remember when Moses taps the rock and the water comes out and like 2.5 million Israelites drink water from the rock? What a logistical nightmare. How are that many people all going to be drinking water from the same rock? It's ridiculous. Make the best of what's around. Hey, thank you for the super chat. It says, is camel through the eye of the needle supposed to be a rope through the eye of the needle? No. So, one of the reasons why people say that is because the word for camel is deceptively similar to the word for rope, a sailor's rope specifically. in the biblical Greek. It just turns out that it's not, though. I documented this at one point. Let me grab it real quick. So the passage in Matthew 19 and Mark 10 means exactly what it says, by the way. There are other references that are similar. So in VERICAL in the Talmud, it says, defending one thing, it says, this is provided by the fact that a man is never shown in a dream a date palm of gold or an elephant going through the eye of a needle. So like large animals going through the eyes of a needle were is like a common idiom of the time period. And we find same thing in Beva Metzi, there we go. Are you from Pumbedita? That's the location where they make an elephant pass through the eye of a needle. So again, using that idiom, which was around in the same fashion. So I mean, we've got let's see, another one this is from the Quran. In the Quran, it says, the gates of heaven will not be opened for them, nor shall they enter paradise until the camel passes through the eye of the needle. That's Surah 7.40. So, I mean, it's like a turn of phrase that people use, a large animal going through the eye of the needle. And the word for camel in Greek is kamelin, which seems pretty similar. And let's see, the word for a sailor's rope. Actually, let me let's see. What was the other word? I lost the word. Kamelin is the Greek word. Where's the... Oh, no, they're both Greek words. Camillin and camelin. There we go. They're both Greek words. They look very similar. The theory is that one was confused for the other. But that's just... we don't really have much reason to believe that. Most likely is the case that it's just a turn of phrase that people were aware of, which is why it shows up outside of the Bible so often, especially in Semitic literature. This is a common idiom. Like, is the refrigerator running? You know. Hey, Brain Donkey says, "What do you think of James Tebber? Love the guy. He's a really amazing scholar. I don't think you'll ever get me to say anything bad about James. I don't know if we agree on everything. Obviously, he's not an atheist, but he's certainly not like an evangelical, at least not anymore. But I like him. He strikes me. I've sat down with him once before. He strikes me as just being a really honest dude that's just trying to do the best he can. You know, he's just a scholar like any other scholar, and he's just trying to make the most of, you know, the information that he's got. So, all right. Let me grab a guest from the YouTube queue. It looks like first in line is going to be Bill. There we go. Welcome in, Bill. Are you at least 18?
Hello, Justin. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Cool. So I believe I am at least 5, but no more than 10 years older than you, without either of us sort of dating ourselves.
Sure.
So yes, I am over 18.
All right. And let's see, we're doing Q&A tonight. So what's in your mind?
Yeah. So first of all, I wanted to just give you a little bit of information, and then I have a question, and it's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek, silly question, to be honest.
Okay.
So the whole Roman salute thing isn't actually Roman. It comes from 18th century neoclassical France. It was originally popularized in a 1784 painting called The Oath of Harati by Jacques-Louis David, and then it was co-opted by the Italian Fascist Party in the 1920s to try and legitimize their rule and connect them back to the Roman Empire. So I just thought I'd let you know that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, someone through the course of our last live stream, we got enough super chats that we ended up kind of piecing it together by the end.
Yeah. So the question is, are you aware of the Kabbalic tradition of the 216-digit true name of God from Exodus 14, verse 19 to 21?
No. People in my field don't fuck around with the Kabbalah.
Yeah, I figured. I know it's silly. The reason I ask is a few weeks ago you were talking a lot. Actually, a few lives ago you were talking about DNA, And being as the age that I'm at, I remember when the news reports were first out about DNA being sequenced, the full human genome, and there was this massive freak out because there were evangelicals that were trying to connect it to this original true name of God, and they were saying that when we learn the DNA sequence, it would bring about the messianic age, it would bring about Armageddon, all that kind of stuff. Another failed prophecy essentially. But apparently it's Exodus 14:19-21. Apparently there are 72 letters in each of those verses, and then they say that it's in triads. So they say you take the first letter of verse 19, the last of 20, which seems entirely arbitrary, and then the first of 21, and then you carry on like that. And apparently it then brings it into 72 triads, and then that's 216 digits. It's I know it's crazy.
I guess I'm waiting for the question. Is there a question in here?
Yeah, well, the question was really, had you heard or knew anything about it at all? And does it even make sense numerically or anything at all? Does it make any kind of sense?
Numerology is a giant load of bullshit, because in
I
order
agree,
for numerology to work, you would need all the Hebrew manuscripts to agree with each other, and they don't.
And they don't. Yeah, that's fair.
So it's just a matter of like, which Hebrew manuscript do you want to go off of, and can you find a pattern? Sure, you can find a pattern in anything. In fact, people have taken their software that people used to use in the 90s to do numerology on the Bible. You can actually just plug in any book. You can plug in Harry Potter. You can plug in the dictionary. You can plug in any book you want to, and it'll come up with numerical structures eventually. So it's just kind of nonsense. Also, it is true, though. I don't know if anyone's aware of this. It is true that part of the Masoretic tradition, like, there is clear evidence that the Masoretes did, in fact, alter the text from between the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Masoretic text. They did alter it in some ways to try to preserve what we'll call them hidden messages. That's a real thing that happened. But other than like coded Masoretic secrets, or Masoretic, really more like inside jokes, that's about all there is.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, that was it, really. Just something a bit silly. Right.
Yeah. All right. To hear from you, man.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye-bye.
I forget that sometimes I get people from other countries that actually do say cheers. It's fun when I hear it back. In America, you don't really catch that, but I loved it. I had a Canadian boss once that used to say cheers. All of his emails, all of his phone calls, always just said cheers. I thought that's much better than just saying bye. I feel like it ends the conversation on a positive tone, right? Am I wrong? Am I crazy with thinking that? I think bye is always an awkward, clunky way to end a conversation. But it could just be me. DK Dreamer, hey, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's get K2F in here from our TikTok queue, and then we'll grab Ross.
From October 14th from this past blog.
How you doing, K2?
Hey, doing fine. Quick question for you. I know you're stronger in Scientology studies than you are Old Testament studies, but maybe you can answer this.
I'm stronger.
I was joking with you.
Oh, I was saying yours.
No, I'm joking. So other than I like Isaiah 66:13 and Proverbs 9, can you think of any other Old Testament passages that describe God in kind of like his more feminine side? It's more feminine side.
There's
It's a little rare. We usually wait to hear.
There are a couple passages. I thought there was one in Hosea.
This was a short term.
Let me check. I think it's in Hosea.
So you might be saying, wait, isn't the ground frozen?
Do you have a TV or something happening in the background, or a radio?
I will turn that down. Hold on.
Yeah. No, it's not in Hosea. You know what? There is a passage talking about God wrapping up the Israelites like a mother bird, like a mother hen. Let me find it real quick.
And I think that's Isaiah 66:13.
That might be the one I'm looking for. Let me
And
grab it
then
now.
I know in Matthew 24, Jesus is like going to gather Jerusalem, but someone in chat said spirit in Genesis is ruach,
Yeah,
which is
that's it is
kind of
feminine. So you know, when I say that, I'm typically saying it a little bit in jest. The feminine ending would be ruach. The
Okay.
ruach ending isn't like, while it feels feminine, it may not be precise to say that it actually is feminine, because technically it's
Okay.
not. But
Okay.
if you were going to ask, is ruach feminine or masculine? If you have to put it in a category, feminine for sure. Yep.
Okay.
Like
Interesting.
if you're in Hebrew class and they're asking you to figure out which one it is, and it has to be one of the two, it's going to be feminine. But there's a long way around the bend for that one.
Okay. Well, thanks for your help.
Yeah.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Sure. Cheers. Thanks for the question. All right. Can't remember which verse it was. Deuteronomy 32. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that flutters over its young, spreading out its wings, catching them, bearing them in its pinions. That's the one. Deuteronomy 32:11. God likens himself to a mother eagle. There we go. I knew it was in there somewhere. Sometimes, sometimes my brain remembers the passage, but not necessarily where the passage was, which happens. You know, I'm human. Let's grab Ross from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Ross.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Oh my goodness. Hey, sorry if I get shaky at all during this. It's because I'm nervous.
Don't worry, it happens. When you're in front of a lot of people,
Good.
it's nerve-wracking. So
I don't really have any like specifically biblical questions. I do have a handful of questions. I think the first one I might already know the answer to, but it's worth me asking. I know most of your streams are kind of, you want a believer to call in and then debate on it. Is there any room for like, if someone is like atheistic or agnostic and they just want to play devil's advocate to learn more about an argument or run that with
Nah.
you? Like, no.
Nah.
All right. I mean, I get that. I just
That's
wanted to
boring
ask.
for the audience.
I get that. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm trying not to blank. So I've been going to, and I don't know why I did this. I'm atheist, but for some reason I go to a Catholic college. Don't know why I did that, but
Okay.
there's this guy, and I like to debate with him because I joined in a philosophy club, and he's Eastern Orthodox, and he likes to state that you've mentioned this before, that the Greeks had a really poor, or the people who wrote the New Testament had a really poor understanding of the Old Testament.
Yeah. True.
And he likes to kind of argue the opposite, that like the Hebrews like to alter their book or something in order to make the prophecies not align with Jesus or something. And I really don't understand.
What's he talking about?
Y-
We've got
and he-
Dead Sea Scrolls. How
I
are
don't know.
they altering them?
Yeah, I don't know. He also likes to say that the Greek Septuagint is more reliable than the original Hebrew.
Oh, good grief, no. Not remotely true. I
Interesting.
mean, how could he
How would
possibly
I
measure
respond
that?
to him on that sort of thing? I don't know.
I'm going to show him this picture. Hold on, give me a second.
Oh, thank you. And I'll probably screenshot it too.
Yeah, there's a picture of a chart that was done by Lawrence Schiffman. Let me do a search on my computer and see what it is. How do you spell Schiffman? Where did I hide that damn thing? Maybe it's in resources. No. That's what happens when I save off a picture and then I forget to do. So maybe it's in here. I know it's here
good.
somewhere. Here's the picture. Okay. How do I open? I bet I can open this in my web browser, right? Yep, sure can. All right, so here's a chart that was done by a guy named Lawrence Schiffman. And if you want the name of the book, I've got this book on my bookshelf somewhere. I just took a picture with my phone.
Do you know would I just look up the title of that? Because the quality of the image is a little low on my end.
Yeah, well, let me.
Oh, actually, I can make that out. Actually, it's all good.
Yeah,
I'll just
yeah.
screenshot that.
It's
There we
in
go.
one of the books that Lawrence Schiffman, maybe Reclaiming the Dead Sea Scrolls, I think was the name of it. I can double check
Okay.
later. So he did a comparison of the Hebrew manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he categorized them for their style. And what he found was that about 60% of the Hebrew manuscripts matched what would be found in the Proto-Masoretic tradition. That's what they believe predated the Masoretic tradition. The Masoretic tradition started about 200 CE. So he's saying, listen, all these Hebrew manuscripts that align up with the Masoretic tradition, we're going to call these the Proto-Masoretic tradition. So he's saying 60% of the Dead Sea Scrolls are categorized as Proto-Masoretic, meaning they align with the Masoretic text. Of the ones in the Dead Sea Scrolls, only 5 of them aligned with the Septuagint. 5%, I mean. That's
Okay.
it. So, like, the oldest manuscripts we have seem to conclude that they line up with what we find in the Masoretic tradition. The other thing, too, is, like, while it is true, we know for a fact that the Septuagint existed prior to Jesus. We know that because the New Testament's quoting from it, right? So we know that existed, but we don't know the contents of it. Like we don't have a like a copy of the Septuagint that predates Jesus. We don't have it. Like the best we could do is assume that one of the versions we have today matches what existed prior to Jesus, but that's a huge assumption, and we don't know which version. There's 6 major like recensions of the Septuagint. If you can look at some of them in Origen's Hexapla, but like we don't know what they were, which one specifically they would have been quoting from. In fact, I've got a critical edition of the Septuagint that will show you the differences between the various Septuagint lineages. So like I understand that they like this claim because the New Testament relies so heavily on the Septuagint, but there's nothing in our manuscript tradition that would lead one to believe that the Septuagint is superior. And it also doesn't even make sense. We've got tons of Hebrew wordplays that only make sense if it was originally written in Hebrew. I don't know. Some people will even go as far as say, well, it was actually written in Greek first and then translated into Hebrew, but that's crazy.
Gosh, that would be a little wild.
Yeah.
There was a lot of words in there that I'm not, I'm obviously way less educated on this than you, but this is going to be like a YouTube VOD, right? Like the stream will be uploaded as a
Yeah, it'll be up
video
later, yeah.
somewhere. Okay. I'd probably show him that later.
Yeah, sure thing.
But kind of like
just snip
piggybacking
it
off
and send
that.
it to him.
Yeah, that would be perfect. He's this really big fan of, and he knows the guy directly, and I'm really wondering how well known this person is. He's a little bit unlikable, but he's an apologetics YouTuber named Judaizer. I was wondering if you know anything about that guy.
If he's a fan of Judaizer, he's not very bright. Okay, Judaizer doesn't know anything about the Bible. He's
interesting.
He has no theological background. He's a clown. He just does he does Darth Dawkins presuppositionalist argumentation. That's it.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean it definitely feels a little intuitively off. It's weird because like I do understand like his complaint is like, oh, we lack epistemic grounding at like this really unanswerable fundamental level. But then he just like I don't understand. You'd have to do so much work to then say, well, with my unreliable senses that I can decide that it's God in that foundational area. To me, I don't. Something about that seems a little weird.
Yeah,
but I was going to ask like what you would.
There's no good single response to presuppositional apologetics because every person that gives you the argument kind of has their own twist on it. They're all running tag from one different angle, so you kind of have to get used to all of them. But the one thing that you could do, no matter who's running the argument, is always push the burden back on them. So you could say, listen, what you're trying to do is say, if my worldview is broken, yours must be true by default. But you actually don't have to do that. You could literally just say, listen, I'm not a fucking atheist. I believe in pantheism. I believe in the tooth fairy. I believe in Allah. Presuppositionalists is an argument that really only works not to prove Christianity true, but to try to prove atheism untrue, which it doesn't even work at that because the goal of presup is to say, well, listen, if the atheistic worldview has a problem, then again, mine is true by default, but yours isn't true by default. It could very well be that my understanding of my own worldview has a problem, and yours is also still wrong. I'm just unable to articulate mine properly. So if you want to prove your worldview true, you still have to provide an argument for your worldview, not just attack the other person's worldview.
Would it be an appropriate response for me to argue the exact same way, but for like Doug or Spanky or something, and
I do.
say, well, they revealed
Yeah.
it to me, right?
That's
Divinely.
one of the reasons why we've got these like goof gods, is
Yeah.
because sometimes you just get bored of doing precept and you're like, okay, today's not the day. I believe in Doug. Give me a reason why I should believe in Christianity rather than Doug. And they'll never be able to do it.
Sure, I do think that's a pretty fun thing. I don't know. I guess the other than that, I would really ask, like, how would I go about? How much of like do you actually like I know the you know the term Philbro gets used because oftentimes someone will come up here and they'll get really wordy with certain things. But like I'm sure on like an actual realistic note, philosophy is like as a whole, like trying to be logical is like totally fine and stuff, right? Like, do you respect anyone who goes for like a philosophy degree, like a master's in philosophy and stuff? And
Yeah.
know.
So I mean, there are some people that are getting philosophy degrees and they're actually putting them to use. So like if you go to school and you study like real philosophy, like you didn't go and just studied Aquinas, I think there's like there's probably a path forward for you in the workforce. In fact, I used to program robots with a guy that had a master's degree in philosophy, and I was like, "Hey, how did you end up here
How
if
did
you
you
took
wind up there?
philosophy?" And he's like, "Well, I mean, I learned how to think logically by taking philosophy classes, and then one day I was like, I could just learn how to program with this. It's all logic." So he taught himself how to
Yeah.
program, and he got himself a job programming. So like, logic is really good if you're learning logic through philosophy or you're learning logic through engineering classes. It's still going to get you to the same goal of being logical, which is always helpful. But if you went to school and you're like, I got a bachelor's degree in like philosophy of the Christian religion, well, you just wasted the bachelor's degree. Congratulations.
Yeah, I guess I get that.
I mean, what are you going to do with it? Like, you can do what I'm doing. You can be like, fuck, I'm an
Yeah.
atheist and come at me, you know? But like, other than that, I don't know what you're going to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about that slightly with philosophy as well. I'm not going for it, but if I ever did more college, I'd probably go back for it. It's really tempting.
Yeah.
Other
Like,
than
when
that,
I was in Bible
go ahead.
college, my philosophy teacher had a PhD. He went to Chicago University to do his PhD in philosophy, but he didn't get like a Christian philosophy degree. They didn't teach him the transcendental argument for God. Like, what the fuck? No, he got a real philosophy degree.
I feel that way about like the ontological argument. Something about that one is so horrendous to me that I can't wrap my head around it. Like defining anything into existence feels a little weird. It's honestly kind of similar to tag, in a little bit of ways.
It really is.
Any other questions I would really have would be like, specific questions about tag, because I'd really like to try to come up with like some formal responses and maybe like a syllogism format to my friend and stuff like that.
So one of the things that you might want to do is just don't let them burden shift. Just every time they burden shift, to say, listen, it's not my job to prove my worldview. You're the one saying that yours is true. Prove your worldview, right? The other thing you can do is, one of my favorite tactics is say, listen, maybe there's a God. I know it's not the Christian God because the Trinity is logically absurd. And walk them through how the Trinity is logically absurd. If you need syllogisms for the Trinity, I've got a whole list of them on my cheat sheet under the Trinity tab, syllogisms that disprove the Trinity. And just say, listen, fuck, maybe there's a God, but it's not your sky carcass. Your sky carcass isn't God.
I blanked again. No, that's pretty good. Quite. Of course, my my philosophy professor is also direct friends with Judaizer and has worked with him on multiple videos. Very cool. He's a really nice guy, like the professor. He's great. But Dyer's really controversial. Is there any world where you would be willing, I know he's controversial, but be willing to have like a debate or formal conversation with him? Do you think that would be that would prove to do anything at all, like be a valuable conversation, or
I don't think it would. Now, it would
think it
be, I
would?
mean, there might be a small amount of people in the audience that find it entertaining. There might be a small amount of people in the audience that might be swayed
Yeah.
one way or the other. But what's going to happen is I would come to the debate wanting to debate like the actual God concept, and he would come to the debate
Mhm.
doing precept, which means everybody who came from my side are just going to groan and roll their heads back, their
Yeah.
eyes in their heads, and say, "Oh, here's some precept bullshit." And nobody in the middle is going to be
Yeah.
persuaded by a precept argument. They've all heard it, but like they're also going to be bored. Like, oh, what are we doing? Fucking precept again? And so what'll happen is I'll get drug into doing precept nonsense, and we'll never actually get around
Mhm.
to talking about what he actually believed. Which, to be sure, that's why Darth Dawkins won't come around, is because I will make him talk specifically about Christianity as
Mhm.
opposed to some generic God concept. The same thing I did when Derek McAllister was here, which, by the way, I had fun talking to Derek. We talked for 2 hours. I told him ahead of time, like, listen, if at any point the God you're defending disagrees with your book, I'm opening your book and I'm showing you that you're worshiping something that's not in your book. Like that's whatever you're arguing for will be the God you actually believe in, not some generic deity. And so I would do the same thing to Jay Dyer. If he and I ever sat down and had a conversation, I would say, listen, the minute anything you say disagrees with the God in your Bible, I'm going to call you out on it, and then we'll actually have some fun. Then we can talk about whether or
Mhm.
not the God he actually believes in has justification, rather than some generic God that he dreamed up in his head.
And I think that would be a really interesting conversation to hear, because like he does genuinely seem to like, whenever someone who isn't atheist comes on his call show, he'll actually like talk about stuff in scripture and doctrines and stuff.
Mhm.
And if like you're knowledgeable on that sort of thing, I think that would be a really interesting conversation if you would not some instantly jump to like epistemics and stuff like that. I think that would be a really interesting convo to
Well,
hear. A lot of the
I don't think
yeah.
he's going to get into the Bible. You know, that's one of the reasons why
Yeah.
he's Orthodox now, is because he's like, oh, the Bible stuff was I don't have to worry about what's in the Bible. That was already decided by the church fathers. What do the church fathers say?
Mhm.
Well, I don't really know. I don't have to worry about that, because epistemically speaking, I already know that they're justified in saying whatever they have to say. So whatever he does with the church fathers and the Bible, if he was here, he would just be distancing himself from it, going back to precept. He's going to circle back to precept as often as possible
Mhm.
to avoid addressing the actual substance. That's what all preceptors do. That's the whole shtick, is to avoid addressing the substance.
Mhm. And right now, the audience for that sort of thing, he did something. He did some sort of response video to Professor Dave. I don't know if you and Professor Dave have ever talked or anything, but
I saw the response video to that
oh,
response video
okay.
where he was basically just doing Jewish stereotypical voices
Yeah,
rather than
that's
actually giving a
a
real
little
response.
rough.
It was pretty rough, actually. In
Bad.
fact, I don't know much
Mhm.
about Jay, but I think he's into conspiracy theories. After watching
He
that,
is.
I'm
He
kind of
makes scripts for Alex Jones, or not Alex Jones. He does like Sam Hyde show
that
scripts,
makes
and he
sense.
works for Alex Jones. So
So
it's definitely a
I
weird
assume he's
sphere.
an anti-Semite.
Well, I mean, judging by his behavior, yes. I don't know
That makes a lot
any
of sense.
views specifically. He did some politics stuff, but
Yeah, I
I'm not
mean,
crazy on listening to that.
once you're firmly in the InfoWars camp, your brain is cooked.
What a crazy direction to be in, and I didn't know he was part of that. And I heard him brought up by my friend and my professor at some point. That's a crazy thing to go down.
Yeah.
It is kind of rough to me because Professor Dave doesn't actually do like philosophy stuff. So I do kind of understand like I come at Professor Dave with a philosophical conversation. He answers with science, and then neither of them kind of
Right.
respond in a way that the other would find satisfying. And it's just
Right.
not fun to watch. Like
Well, that's why
Dyer
you're
would
not
have to
going to
be
find the
completely
preceptors
illiterate.
on my live stream, because
Oh,
I'm working from the
yeah.
text. I'm working from the book,
Yeah.
and they want to avoid the book as much as possible. But to me, I think
Well,
that the
it's okay
greatest
because I have
tool
Doug in
we
my
have
heart,
is the
and he
book.
revealed it to me.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
Doug revealed to me that you're being tempted by demons to
that's what
follow
it is.
Christ, and Christ is false.
Yeah, I should precept a preceptor sometime with Doug, just to see what they do with it.
I really want to see it. I don't know. I just like if you can just recreate what like Tag is doing, but with Doug at
Yeah.
someone kind of popular in the Tag sphere. I think that'd be
I'll
interesting.
redo it. I've got a
Um,
written argument, the transcendental argument for Kevin. I'll redo it for
Okay.
Doug.
Splendid. Is I don't really have any more crazy questions. How would I access like the cheat sheet or anything? Do I need to pay for that or?
So yeah, all the members have permalinks to the cheat sheet. If you're in the Kraken Crew Elite on YouTube, or if you're a Patreon member, you should have a permalink to the cheat sheet. And I update it quite a bit. It's getting pretty fucking huge too, but it's a pretty cool document.
I'd like it, but I'm working on college funds, so I
get
might not look into that. But
I was
really like some
living on ramen noodles when I was in college for sure.
I don't live on campus. I drive an hour there every day, so I'm
Yeah.
eating what we have at home. But it's
Yeah, I
it's
get
a
it.
little rough. An hour a day for a Catholic college. Goodness gracious, what a what a life! And you
Right.
probably did more than that. Well, I'd really like to call back sometime on any future Q&A and maybe let you know how the conversation's going.
Yeah, for sure. Let me
Tag
know.
wise, or maybe if I have any interesting like responses to Tag that I think, I don't know, might be kind of what something presenting Tag would want to hear. I think that's something I'd be really interested in making a syllogism against,
Yeah,
because
for
I do
sure.
think that is a really good topic, as long as you don't get into the weeds of it like Dyer likes to do. He just refuses
Right.
to talk about certain things. But
Right.
I really like your channel. You're amazing.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for letting me
Appreciate
on.
it. Sure, it's good to hear
See
from
ya.
you. Well, W. Ross. Side, my friend, thank you so much for the $65 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says 65 for my 65th birthday. Buddy, I should be sending you $65. Happy fucking birthday. Do I have it here? Happy birthday. I don't have anything else that you'd be used for a birthday here. Hey, look, congratulations for making it 65 times around the sun. I have a birthday wish. I would like you to watch the episode of Lucifer and let me know what you think. Thanks for all you do. Wait, the first episode of Lucifer. Oh, interesting. The show. Okay, hold on. Well, let me put some notes in here. Lucifer show. I haven't watched it. It's been out for a while, right? We're in season 5. All right. Since it's a birthday wish, I'll make a rare exception, and I'll watch a TV show for you, friend. Just for you. I got it covered. Thank you so much. Hey, I hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday, friend. And make the best of what's around. Thank you for the super chat. It says in 2 Samuel 21:19, Elchanan kills Goliath. Then who the hell did David kill? This is a pretty classic contradiction, by the way. A lot of people think that this is a manuscript error, and to be sure, it's possible that this is a manuscript error. If you've seen the Dan McClellan video on this, on who killed Goliath, I have always agreed exactly with that interpretation that he gives. I think most scholars agree with that interpretation. It just seems to be two separate traditions, and they contradict. If it's not two separate traditions that contradict, then it's absolutely a scribal error. Maybe the word brother was accidentally put in there, but the fact that it says the same thing, whose staff was like a weaver's beam, would lead us to believe that it is in fact Goliath, not the brother of Goliath, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's just a contradiction. In fact, I think that's on my cheat sheet under contradictions, isn't it? Hold on, let me double check. Pretty sure I've got it covered there. I didn't put it there. How come I didn't put it on my cheat sheet yet? I thought I did. No, come on. It's got to be there. Oh, it is there. I just typed it. Yeah, who killed Goliath? 2 Samuel 12:19, 1 Chronicles 25, and 1 Samuel 17:50. And a note that I put in here is that the error also exists in the Greek text. It's not fixed in the Greek Septuagint. It exists in the Greek Septuagint as well. So for those who don't know about the error, it reads like thus. Then there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob, and Elchanan, son of Jaari, Origim the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. Okay, So obviously, David didn't kill Goliath. It was Elchanan. Interesting. You go to First Chronicles and it says again there was war with the Philistines. Elchanan, son of Jair, killed Lami, the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. Now, there's two things you need to know. The book of Samuel seemed to have been written before the book of Chronicles. The book of Chronicles retells stories from Samuel and from Kings. And the thing that the chronicler does over and over again, which is like, if you don't know anything about the chronicler, you need to know this one thing. Whoever the chronicler was, they fucking loved King David. Anytime they can get rid of a bad story about King David, they did. Anytime they could take a story about King David and improve it, they did. In the Old Testament, when it says that David killed 700 people in the book of Samuel, the chronicler would be like, no, 7,000. Oh, did he take 700 horses? No, 7,000 horses. So the chronicler is all the time trying to repair and rebuild this image of King David. So no wonder we find this correction in Chronicles, where he says, no, Elkanah didn't kill Goliath. He killed the brother of Goliath. Obviously, David killed Goliath, right? He tried to clean that up. And then 1 Samuel, we know it says previously, David prevailed over the Philistines with a sling and a stone, striking down the Philistine and killing him. There was no sword in his hand, in David's hand. So it says this is the death of Goliath, right? So it seems like the Chronicles has an error. It's either an error or a contradiction, one of the two. The chronicler attempted to fix it because no, we got to give David that credit, right? What was in the original manuscript? Fuck, we don't know. We don't know. We have no old manuscripts that has this issue fixed. All of our ancient witnesses have the same problem in it. So, hey Jim, thank you for the super chat. It says going to a wild Bible party and want to get a date. Going with this opening line, Song of Solomon 4:7. Thou art all fair, my love. There is no spot in thee. Good. It's not bad. There are some others I may politely suggest. For example, your hair is like a flock of goats descending from Mount Gilead. Pretty good. Your neck are like the flanks of a horse. Pretty good. Your neck is as stately as the Tower of Solomon. Not so bad. Lips like pomegranates. Maybe. I'm just saying, you've got options. You'd also, the ever so classic, your breasts are like twin fawns of a gazelle. That may get you in trouble. You may get arrested if you say that to a random girl. Be careful there. That is certainly something. If the person you're interested in knows Hebrew, you could do something a little cheeky and say, hey, how about we become two noons and assimilate? I mean, that's something you might get smacked with that one too. I'm just saying there's some options at your disposal, you know? And Sand Sensibility, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, Amazon just screwed up and delivered to me a neighbor's box of Bibles. Interesting. Now you know a lot about your neighbor. Wow, did they get the wrong house? I wish they'd send them to me. Neat ideas on what to do with these. Happy Sunday. Well, Sands, you know me. I would return it to the neighbor. As much as I would be like tempted to burn the Bibles or like throw them out or something like that, the reality is your neighbor did pay for them. You kind of have to do the right thing. You know, you would want, if you ordered a bunch of satanic Bibles and they showed up at your neighbor's house, you know, you would want your neighbor to do the right thing, right? So unfortunately, you got to do the right thing. Stan Sensibility says, chat, you know me well. I'm going to take them over. See, I knew you would. I knew you would do the right thing. Atheists do the right thing even without God forcing us to. And Matthew says, you said you focus on the Old Testament in seminary. Why this aspect instead of the New Testament, etc.? Was the appeal theological, historical, cultural, etc.? Partially historical. I loved ancient history. But also, the reason why was literally everybody was already doing the New Testament. Like, everybody that goes to Bible college and seminary, they want to learn the New Testament because they're like, well, that's the book that applies to me, right? That's the book that I need to know. That's the good stuff, right? That's the stuff that Jesus came for. But I was like, well, listen, if we're really testing the validity of this book and we really need to know this book well, it seems like it's built on the Old Testament, right? We need to know the Old Testament. And one of the things, other than liking ancient history, one of the things that I loved were narratives. I love stories. Old Testament's full of stories. Love them. And I just was always entertained by this idea of prophecy. It was like, well, listen, it seems like Christianity really is built on prophecy. Even as a teenager, when I was in Catholic school, we talked about, well, Jesus, yeah, sure, he rose from the dead, but also check this out, he fulfilled all these prophecies, right? So I was like, listen, the Old Testament seems to be the more important part of this book. Like, sure, Jesus did some really cool stuff, but like, that's really not all that meaningful to me if he didn't actually do what the Old Testament said he was going to do, you know? So that was a major reason. Hey, Marduk, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, can you read the passage where the dog gives a speech and maybe a little of the wizard's duel? If not, I understand. It's not really a question, but I can never find it. I can find it for you. It's in the Apocryphal Acts of Peter. I got a copy on my desktop somewhere, but I know that it's on early Christians' writings as well. All right, I'll pull it up for you right now. Let me see if I can zoom in so the text is bigger. For those who like internet sources, early Christian writings is it's a really good website to find some of these. Okay, let's see. So in the text says, Peter spake thus with great sorrow of mind, and were added unto them that believed in the Lord. But the brethren besought Peter to join battle with Simon and not suffer him any longer to vex the people. And without delay, Peter went quickly out of the synagogue and went unto the house of Marcellus, where Simon lodged. And much people followed him. And when he came to the door, he called the porter and said to him, go say unto Simon, Peter, because of whom thou fleddest out of Judea, waiteth for thee at the door. The porter answered and said to Peter, Sir, whether thou be Peter, I know not, but I have a command, for he had knowledge that yesterday thou didst enter the city, and said unto me, whether it be day or by night, by whosever hour he cometh, say that I am not. I hate this translation. And Peter said to the young man, thou hast well said in reporting that which he compelled thee to say. And Peter turned unto the people that followed him and said, ye shall now see a great and marvelous wonder. And Peter, seeing a great dog bound with a strong chain, went and loosed him. And when he loosed the dog, received the man's voice, and said unto Peter, what dost thou bid me to do, thou servant of the unspeakable and living God? And Peter said unto him, go in and say unto Simon in the midst of the company, Peter said unto thee, come forth abroad for thy sake, and I am come to Rome, thou wicked one and deceiver of simple souls. And immediately the dog ran and entered in and rushed into the midst of them that were with Simon, and lifted up his 4 feet, and with a loud voice, and said, thou Simon Peter, the servant of Christ, who standeth at the door, and said unto thee, come forth, so on and so forth. So it's like right in the middle of the story you'll find where the dog gives a speech. It's not the only one too, by the way, because in the same book, a little bit later, there's a baby that's like suckling at mom's teat, and the baby is empowered to give a speech as well. It's a crazy story. And then later in the same story, Simon Magus is like flying around in the air, and Peter like zaps him out of the air, and he falls down and breaks his hip. I wonder if let's see, where's that? That should be towards the end of it. I'm not sure if he broke his hip or his leg. Anyways, nevertheless, Apocryphal Acts of Peter, highly recommend it. It's a great ride. David Burke, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, buddy. Here's a $49.99 if you watch Second Lucifer show. Lucifer is fantastic. Well, apparently I have to watch it now. It seems to be the thing. Wife and I even went to convention. What? There's a Lucifer convention. Never did that before, and we have never done it again. We were so taken by the show. Tom Ellis and cast are simply fabulous. Well, fuck me, David. Okay. I'll have to give it a... Listen, if it comes with that high of praise, I'll definitely give it a watch. It's got to be good. It's got to at least be watchable. You know what I mean? And Sourdough, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Is there anything other than Elaine Pagel's Origin of Satan to show how Satan became the personification of evil for modern Christianity? Just getting into your cheat sheet. Love it. Well, thank you, Sourdough. Well, fuck me. Let me think on that one. Let me open my Google Drive real quick because I think I've got one in my Google Drive that's not coming to mind. Yes, here it is. This one's called The Birth of Satan, Tracing the Devil's Biblical Roots. That's one book. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be on the same level of scholarship as Elaine Pagel's. I don't think it's going to be the same, but it is definitely worth getting. There's also another one. Hold on. I know there's another one I'm thinking of though. There's also a book called The Serpent in the Old Testament. And another one that you might want to check out called... This one I haven't even read yet, actually. This is an old one. This has been around for a long time, but you can get this one for free. It's called An Inquiry into the Scriptural Doctrine Concerning the Devil and Satan. By Walter Balfour. That one's in the open domain. You can go get that one on the internet, I'm sure, for free. And then the other one is you can read it, but you probably can't download it. It's part of a journal from JSTOR. It's in the Hebraica journal, and it's called The Serpent in the Old Testament, specifically referencing Genesis, whether or not that's Satan. But like, I'm trying to think if there's any other good books on it. Nothing that I have in my library right now that I can think of. I'm sure there are books on it that I haven't come across yet. Elaine Pagels, though, probably has done the best work on this right now, for now. There is a crossover with Zoroastrianism. I'm curious if they have some of this crossover in the Golden Bough. I bet the Golden Bough talks about this, actually. For those who don't know the Golden Bough, definitely check into it. There's one more book I'll reference. It's called Zoroastrianism and Judaism. Zoroastrianism was long thought to be one of the origins for the Satan character. Check out Zoroastrianism and Judaism by George William Carter. That one, I think, is in the open domain now as well. That's been out for 75 years. I think. I'm looking for a publication date on it. I think it's been out for 75 years. You probably should be able to find that in the open domain. But those are probably some really good starts, actually. Hope that helps, Sourdough. Thanks for being a member. And Voxels, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I've heard from Richard Elliott Friedman that the other person that killed Goliath was also David, but the other name was possibly his name before receiving his kingly name like Solomon. What's your thoughts on this? It is a possibility. So it is true, like in Israelite culture, typically you took on a throne name. So very, very common to have a throne name. Almost unheard of to not have a throne name. Is it possible that was David's pre-throne name? That's what they called him before they called him David. They called him Elchanan. It is possible. Certainly is. Richard Elliott Freeman, by the way, he's no joke. He's a really smart guy. It would definitely account for why the book of Samuel has that contradiction, but it's really odd that the author of the book of Samuel wouldn't just make it clear. You see what I'm saying? Like you would think that would be clear. Also, when the sons of Jesse are listed, David is listed as David prior to being king. You would think that if he was going to include the pre-throne name of David in the story, he would have done that every time prior to becoming king, meaning even before he was anointed, but he didn't. So It's an interesting theory. I don't think it holds up. To be fair, if I'm gonna put my claim, if I put money down on what the problem was, I'm actually just gonna put money down on some kind of a scribal error. I think it's just a really old scribal error, similar to what we find in Psalm 22:16 with Ka'ari versus Ka'aru. That's my guess. But listen, I'm not saying Richard Elliott's wrong. I'm just saying I don't know if it's my favorite solution. Richard Elliott is a bona fide genius, I think. Genji, hey, thanks for the $15 super chat. It says, is there a difference between the historical Hittite Empire and the Hittites of the Hebrew Bible? Yes and no. So both Hittites are mentioned in the Bible. The problem is one of those Hittites are actually referred to as the sons of Heth. And they live down towards Hebron. So down towards Hebron, we've got it's translated as Hittites. I think it'd be proper to really call them the Hethites. But in the English Bible, it says Hittites, even though they're Hethites. So you don't always know in the Bible if they're referring to the Hittites or the Hethites because it's translated the same. But there are a couple verses that talk about the actual Hittites up in Anatolia. That's something that is for sure in there. Honestly, if you really want to know, the best way to do it is to read it in Hebrew. In Hebrew, when it talks about the Hethites, it always says, B'nai Hethi, which would be the sons of Hetha, the Hethim. When you do a Hebrew plural, like the Canaanites, if you're just saying Canaanites, like a plurality of Canaanites, you would say Canaanim. But since it's a people group, you actually get to drop the M and turn it into a construct state. So now it'd be Canaanee. So Hethites would probably read much the same. But nevertheless, yes, both of them are mentioned in the Bible. Fair question. Certainly is the case. And also, thank you for the follow-up, Genji, for the $25 super chat. Says, do you think Solomon was really next in line to be king over David? Interesting. Or do you think it's plausible that Solomon got to be king thanks to a conspiracy hatched by Nathan and Beersheba? So there was a tussle. So when you're reading the narrative, there's kind of a tussle for kingship. My understanding was that Solomon was selected to be king by God and by God and David. I actually don't recall if Solomon's the eldest. He might be the eldest, but that can't be right. No. The eldest is Amnon. Amnon, I thought was the eldest. And that was the one who killed or wanted to kill Absalom. Or I'm sorry, that's the one Absalom wanted to kill. Amnon raped Tamar. And then Absalom wanted to get revenge against Amnon, who was the oldest. So I don't think Solomon's the oldest. I think he was handpicked by God, if I remember correctly. And let me see, which Bible passage was that? I bet if I Google it, it'll come up. There was a reason. I just don't remember what the reason why Solomon got selected. I know that God was the one doing the selecting, I thought. Let's do 1 Kings 1:30. I don't know why it came up in the King James Bible, though. What a nightmare. So in 1 Kings, the beginning of Kings. So David's dying at the beginning of Kings. That's where you learn about Abishag. Put a 1 in the comments if you don't know about Abishag, by the way. I'm actually curious to see what percentage of the people here know about Abishag. Okay, so 1 Kings 30 says, as I swore to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, your son Solomon shall succeed me as king, and he shall sit on my throne in my place, so I will do this day. So what's the cross-reference to the prior swearing? There isn't one. So, but it seems to be a selection. A lot of people don't know about Abishag. Okay. I thought that might be the case. Okay. Abishag is the maybe one of the most exciting parts of the succession narrative. So in this succession narrative where they're fighting over king, they also end up fighting over Abishag to see who would get to marry Abishag. But let me, before we get too far, is it Shag or Shag? I think it's S. Should be, yeah, next chapter, 2 Kings 2. This is one of my favorite parts of David's dying story. Let me grab it real quick. See. They didn't even give it a heading, did they? There we go. No, this is too far. I don't know why it told me. It's got to be chapter 1. I don't know why it told me chapter 2. We're going to do chapter 2 and chapter 1. I know Abishag shows up in chapter 1. Yeah, right at the fucking beginning. Okay. David was old and advanced in years, and although they covered him with cloths, he could not get warm. So his servant said to him, "Let a young virgin be sought for my lord, the king, and let her wait on the king to be his attendant. Let her lie in your bosom, so that my lord the king may be warm." So they searched for a beautiful young woman throughout all the territory of Israel and found Abishag, the Shunammite, and brought her to the king. The young woman was very beautiful. She became the king's attendant and served him, but the king did not know her sexually. What a weird little thing to add in there. Oh, but of course he didn't know her sexually. She would lie with him and keep him warm. The crazy thing is, later in chapter 2, when there's a battle over who's going to succeed David to the throne, watch what happens. Watch what happens. I think it betrays this nonsense that they didn't sleep together. So, somebody is going to ask to take Abishag's hand in marriage, and it doesn't go over well. So, later in the story, after there's already kind of a tussle over who's going to become king, it says, "Please ask King Solomon, will he not refuse you?" So this is after Solomon has already taken power. David's dead, and the brother of Solomon that wanted to take power is now in the losing seat, and he's like, "Okay, I'm in the losing seat here, but maybe I can get this one thing." So he says, "Please ask King Solomon. He will not refuse you," talking to his mother, "to give me Abishag the Shunammite as my wife." Bathsheba said, "Very well, I will speak on to the king on your behalf." So this is interesting, and then it gets even more wild. So she talks to him, and she said, "Let Abishag the Shunammite be given to your brother Adonijah as his wife." King Solomon answered his mother and said, "Why do you ask Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? Ask him for the kingdom as well." "For he is my elder brother and the priest of Abiathar," so on and so forth. So, when asked for Abishag's hand in marriage, this is the most interesting thing. Solomon's like, "No, that you might as well ask me to give over the kingdom," which means Abishag was handed down essentially as a concubine from David. From David to Solomon, which means Solomon probably did concubine her. Hold on, my camera froze here. 1 second. On TikTok, I don't know why my camera froze. Okay, it should be good now. Sorry about that. So I think what we learned from the story is that the reason why Solomon had ownership over Abishag, like Solomon could decide what happens to Abishag, is because she was a fucking concubine, y'all. I think David boned her. I think he lied. I think this story is lying. Sorry. That was a long way around the bend. I apologize for that. But now you guys know the story of Abishag. And Brian, thank you for the 249 MX. Thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate that. I'm going to grab just one more super chat, and we're going to get a guest in here from the queue. Interstate says, to quote Jefferson, "It neither breaks my leg nor picks my pocket if one believes or not. What does injury is encoded religious tenets into law. Yes. This is a really good point, Interstate, because listen, I don't actually care if people believe this stuff. I care when the stuff they believe is impacting my life. That's the thing that that I care about. If their religious beliefs didn't impact my life, I wouldn't give two shits. I probably wouldn't be doing this stream right now. It just happens to be that it does impact. Also, I think truth matters. Okay. I believe Cute Waterfowl and Ellie were up next. I think I've talked to Cute Waterfowl before. How you doing, Waterfowl?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you again. Yeah, you and I talked before about deconstruction stuff last time I called in.
Yeah.
A question I had for you is, since you were formerly a pastor and formerly a Christian, how do you reconcile with friends and family members who have not discovered, Jesus wasn't the Messiah and it's a load of baloney, but when you discuss it with them, they aren't as educated as you on anything, so they kind of just throw their emotions at you, kind of like what happens on the debates. They kind of come in, don't know anything, and cognitive dissonance takes over.
Yeah. Well, I would say this. I don't argue with my friends and family about religion. I mean, that's just me personally. It's not. I know enough about human beings to know. And remember, I was in ministry. My job for a long time was like to convert people. So, like I know that like you can't force somebody to convert. You can't make them deconvert. My youth pastor used to say something that I always thought was good. He would say, you can't, even if you're right? He said, you can't bring a truckload of truth across the broken bridge. Like before you can communicate important things to people that you care about, you have to actually really build that bridge of trust so that when you carry that load to them, it'll get to them. Which means like you can't just go ramming information into them. Like either A, they're ready for it, or B, they want it. But it's got to be one of the other. It's better if it's both, if they want it and they're ready for it. But if they don't want it and they're not ready for it, then you're wasting your time. Just enjoy your family. Let them be insane. It's okay. Like if they're not hurting you, just let them be insane.
Kind of the issue that I've run into, because I haven't been a Christian for probably 4 years now, after a lot of studying for a long time. I don't have any formal education like you do. Mine just came through like learning Hebrew and other languages and stuff, and learning the text myself. But a problem with generally I have is like my mom would be like, "Oh, you need to go talk to a pastor, or you need to go talk to a priest," and then I go talk to the priest, and then he knows everything I know.
Yeah,
and we kind of just
you're not
are
gonna
like,
help.
well, yeah. That's what happened last time. Is I ended up talking to 3 different pastors, and one of them said, "I've never met anyone who hasn't gone to seminary that knows what you know. There's really nothing to talk about with you. You just kind of have to navigate the waters with your mother and your family without talking about religion." But it's, my family is always worried about, "Oh, well, I'm not going to see you in heaven. You deny Jesus. Now you're going to burn in hell." And they cry about it. They pray about it, talk to me, try and nudge me. I just don't know how to navigate that. And it's been several years and I still don't.
I get it. It's hard. Like I was so lucky that my family never like pushed it on me. Like it was never a big deal. Like we're kind of like a live and let live type of bunch. But like if your family is kind of like pushing you into it and being irritated about it, then smack them down with facts. Or I get it. It's difficult when you're around people that are both annoying and wrong. But like one thing that you might want to do, maybe do this. One of the reasons why I made the cheat sheet was to always have the dispensable facts at my disposal. To always be like, okay, here are the facts. I've collected them. I've got them in a spreadsheet. I can access them as needed. Start making your own cheat sheet. All the debaters do it. In fact, I was shocked how many. Parker had one, Dean had one, everyone had one, of where like, okay, I've done a little bit of research. Here's some information. I need to organize it in a way which I can access it when I need it, whether it's in a journal. Like, you got to write stuff down. That way, when the time comes, you're like, oh, I've been waiting for this moment. Here are some facts, and here are all the scholars that agree with me, and overwhelm them with facts. And if they won't accept it, if you overwhelm them enough with actual facts and evidence and scholarly opinions, at least they'll leave you the fuck alone eventually, because they'll be like, well, I don't want to get on the conversation with that guy. He's going to bring all these fucking facts again I've never heard of. So you got a couple options.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of how it's become. Because I'm 32 years old now. My grandmother's getting on there in age, and she always is worried about me and talking to me about Jesus. And I navigate it as best as I can to communicate, hey, I don't really believe this. This is why. This is, I don't hate God. I don't hate Jesus. I'm sure he was real, but this is what I learned from studying. You wanted me to learn the Bible with all my heart and all my soul, and I did, and then I ran away from it. So
yeah, I mean, that's what
appreciate it, man.
happens. That's why there's a classical joke that when you go to seminary, you go off to the cemetery, because that's where people's faith goes to die, because you have to start engaging with facts.
And when pastors and stuff like that, because that's one of the strangest things that I have is pastors and people who go to seminary learn all these things, but then still continue to preach as if like they aren't real, and people will debate, they know all of these things. They know sometimes more than you do or I do, but how can they talk to people about this stuff when they know, it's kind of baloney?
Well,
That's
that's the thing is, a lot of people in the pulpit are like agnostic, where they're not really traditional believers anymore, but they're not really ready to leave. Also, there's quite a few of them that they're like, well, listen, I don't really believe this stuff anymore, but also, like, I think I can use it for good, right? Like, I can use this Bible and preach the good parts and move my congregation towards something that I find beneficial, right? So there's certainly that part of it. And that's always been true. There's always been a certain percentage of people in religious leadership that said, listen, I know that's not true, but it's such a good mechanism for population control that I'm just going to keep using it.
And also, I feel that people run into similar situations like I do, where, you end up having your friends and family, you go spend 8 years to become a pastor, and then you just throw it all away after 5 years. Like, it's crazy how much you could lose from doing that.
Yeah. So that's the thing. People are like, a lot of people will come with all kinds of reasons, like why somebody in my position would leave. The fact of the matter is, a lot of people in my position left. But nobody that knows me would ever accuse me of doing it with ill motives, because they know me. Like, there's nobody wastes that time and money on advanced degrees and then just walks away from it because like they wanted to sin or something. It's preposterous. Oh,
Well, thank you, Justin, for answering my question. I appreciate
sure
you,
thing.
man.
Good to hear from you, Waterfowl. Be well, my friend. Good luck on your debating.
Thank you.
Cheers. Yeah, debating family's rough. I'm lucky I don't have to do that in my family. We just don't. Like, I gotta be honest, even if somebody in the family's not getting along, when we come together or get together, you just fucking mind your own business and shut up. We just get along. It's like an unwritten rule in my family. So like, listen, we don't get together often. So when you get together, fucking hold it together, y'all. You're gonna be fine. You can cry later. We're not gonna do it during the turkey dinner. Chicago, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, hey Justin, in Matthew 17, why does it jump from verse 20 to 22 using the New Oxford NRSV? So the NRSV 5th edition, which is not the updated edition, and sources to take note of if ever asked. I feel like there might be a better way to word that question. But I think, are you asking why is there a missing verse in Matthew 17:21? That's a good one. I don't know if I've looked into that one, believe it or not. I have written articles on some of the missing verses before, but I don't think I've done one on that one. Let me see where it's missing and see if there's anything interesting in my. Behind me, I've got a critical edition of the New Testament. I can see if there's anything interesting in the critical edition that would be worthwhile. But mine goes from 20, 21, 22. Oh, that's 16. Sorry, let me go one more page to chapter 17. Yeah, I'm missing verse 21 as well, actually. There's a note for verse 21, I believe. It just says other ancient authorities add verse 21. Well, which ancient authorities would be really cool to know? I can tell you if you give me just a minute. Let me get my critical edition. So it's just one of those situations where the authors of the, actually, you know what? I also wonder if the NABRE has it. The NABRE typically follows suit with the NRSV on these matters. I'm curious what they did with it now. All right, Matthew 17, 21. They removed it too. So the Catholic Study Bible, the NABRE, also has 21 removed, which I'm not terribly surprised since they typically agree with each other. It says some manuscripts add, but this kind does not come, without the exception of prayer and fasting. Oh, I did write an article on that verse, actually. Hold on. Not only did I write an article on that verse, I listed in that article every single place where they differ. This can be Matthew 17, 21. It was specifically about the NIV purposely removing references. And let me show you the list. I forget how long it took me to make this list. But so here's the references. The following manuscripts support the translation that includes both prayer and fasting. So those are the prayer and fasting references for anyone who wants to do a screenshot of which ones include prayer and fasting. And then next, I've got all the ones that exclude it. And what you'll notice is they're all early. Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, Washington, some uncials, all 4th and 5th century. The early ones leave it out. Same thing with like the Peshitta and Vulgate. What you'll notice with these other ones, the earliest, we've only got 1 or 2 early manuscripts, and they successively get later and later that include it. So it seems like it possibly was a later development, that it wasn't in the original. Anyways, hope that helps. I should have read the passage before I told you, before I whipped out my critical edition. But yeah, so it's just a matter of manuscripts, and those are the manuscripts that have it, and the ones that don't. If you took a screenshot, you're more than welcome to go double check me and see if I got them all right. Pretty sure I did. And yeah, there you go. Hope that helps. Hey, good question. It says in the Lucifer's popular tonight, apparently. Oh boy. Hold on. I gotta put a note to watch Lucifer. All right. In the Lucifer series, they tried to make it somewhat accurate across religions, including the Canaanite religions. No fucking way. Well, there wasn't really a Lucifer in the Canaanite religion. There was a Lotan. But the Lotan in Canaanite religion was similar to the Leviathan, which, to be fair, is a chaos monster. So you could work that out. DK Dreamkeeper, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate everything you do. Absolutely legendary. I make stuff about ancient symbolism, psychology, without the crazy dogmatic nonsense. Your content has been a great resource. Well, fuck, DK. Appreciate that. If there's anything if you ever need data, let me know. I can make sure that you get the data that you need. And Genji, with the follow-up question on Abishag, thank you so much, says Adonijah was a total idiot for asking for Abishag. I know. Solomon was well within his right to murder him given Absalom's bullshit. I mean, I know. I get it. Adonijah was a fool. There's no way around it. Adonijah was a fool, and it seemed that Solomon was inheriting the concubinage of Abishag, which is obviously why he has right to decide. Just like when David becomes king, I don't know if people recognize this. When David becomes king, you guys know that David inherited all of his father's wives, right? Like they don't become widows. So if you go to 2 Samuel 12, what we'll find, which is common at the time period, was that when the king dies, the entire harem goes to the next king. Like they don't become they don't become widows. No, that's crazy. Who's going to take care of them? They become somebody else's harem, right? So when seriously, yeah. So when David's being reprimanded by Nathan says, he gives the parable of the guy with the one lamb. He's like, "You're the man, thus saith the Lord God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hands of Saul. I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your bosom." God said that. God said, "I gave Saul's household and Saul's wives into your bosom." They're David's wives now. David's boinking David's boinking his father-in-law's wives now. I mean, to be fair, did they actually have the habit of boinking their the previous king's wives, or was it more symbolic? Right? That's certainly a question that's worth asking. Hard to say. They could have been cared for by the next king, but maybe he didn't, because they were somebody else's. Maybe they didn't have the unction to want to, boink all of them. But I mean, they certainly could have. They certainly had the right to, and God seemed to be on board with it. Okay, last super chat for now. Then we're going to get Ellie in here. Spirit animal of chaotic capybaras. Amazing fucking name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. It says the Bible depicts the sea and the as chaotic as a metaphor for evil adversaries forces a lot. Yeah, it's common in the ancient Near East. Is this another callback to the Canaanite pantheon where the tyrannical god Yam, who rules the sea, is the bad guy in the Baal cycle? Kind of. And there's been some debate on whether or not there's a real battle between Yam and Baal, or is it really between Moth and Baal? Because Baal does go down to the underworld to fight against Moth, and that's the god of death. And the god of death swallows him up and wins. And then Anath, his sister, has to come and rescue his ass. Is there a real battle between Yam and Baal? It's hard to say. Is there a strained relationship? That seems to be the case for sure. And it's also true, get this, Lothan in the Canaanite literature seems to be like the sidekick of Yam. So basically that means Lothan, the Leviathan, is like the sea creature, the chaos sea creature that is tied to Yam. Very similar to what we find in the Babylonian corpus. In Babylon, we had Tannin, and also Tahom, and we've got this primordial chaotic sea that needs to be tamed by Marduk. So yeah, I mean, even the who was it in the Hittite literature? There's another one in the Hittite literature. I forget which god battles this chaos dragon in the Hittite literature. If it's Teshub. It might be Teshub. I'll have to double check. But this idea that there's like this watery chaos monster that needs to be subdued is all over ancient Near Eastern stuff, even in the Bible. In fact, go to Google or ChatGPT or something and ask, what is the third creation narrative in the Bible? It's kind of a code name for this idea. that prior to creation, God had to subdue the chaos monster. In fact, I bet ChatGPT will give me the right answer. Give me a second to test it, see if it gives me the right answer. Let's see. What is the third creation in the Bible? I bet it'll come up with Psalm 74 and the rest of it. Yes, it got it right. Okay. It says people talk about the third creation narrative in different ways because the Bible doesn't label them as such. And it lists the obvious creation narratives, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, and then the third creation narrative shows up in the poetic literature that it is retelling of the chaos monster, Job 38 to 41, Psalm 104, Proverbs 8. I wonder if it's going to list Psalm 74. I don't think it. How did it miss Psalm 74? Interesting. I'll pull it up though. So everyone knows about the Rahab, the sea monster Rahab. Let's see. There's a couple Psalms that talks about this chaos dragon being killed. One of them is Psalm 74, and give me a second, I'll get you to the other Psalm that talks about this. Basically, this idea that they need to subdue the dragon. It says, yet God my King is from old, working salvation in the earth. You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the dragons in the waters. You crushed the heads of the Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness, which is really striking when you compare it to the other Mesopotamian chaos dragon myths. Very, very striking. But the parallel for this is it Psalm 104? Where it talks about Rahab as a dragon. Let's see. Psalm 87. Nope, 89. There we go. Psalm 89 talks about a dragon referred to as Rahab that was crushed. It says, "You rule the raging of the sea. When its waves rise, you still them. You crushed Rahab like a carcass. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm." Going back to this idea that after the body of the chaos monster was defeated, it was used to do something. It was fed to the birds, or it was created the heaven and the earth, like in the creation narrative of Marduk. So that's the so-called third creation narrative in the Bible. Okay, let's get Ellie in here. Welcome in, Ellie.
Hi.
How you doing?
This is the first time I've called in, so I just want to make sure there's no echo or anything.
No, you're good.
Okay, sweet. So thanks for taking my call. My question is, I just want to give a little bit of background. I was having a conversation with someone. I just happened to sit down next to, I'm in school, sit down next to a person that I sit next to, and said, I just cannot believe anybody that is in the armed services would have voted for the orange twerp. I just can't believe it.
Yeah.
And the guy said, well, I don't know. I think you might be doing an okay job. So that started a conversation. And I said, well, what's the purpose of government? And he said, to stay out of my business. So then I said,
unfortunately, that's the wrong answer.
So then I said, oh, well, that must mean you're pro-choice. And I know he's a Christian. And I said, so that must mean you're pro-choice. And he said, oh, no, I don't believe in sacrificing babies. So, and then my head kind of went to a friend of mine who was Jewish and was pregnant. She said she doesn't have her baby shower until after the child is born, because there's something about their first breath is when life begins. Is there something in the Bible about that?
Kind of. There's this talk about the breath of life, meaning the life is the thing that gives it force. And a lot of people believe that the breath was like literally from the Spirit of God. So it's the Spirit of God that's animating it. But in Jewish culture, typically, they typically say that the soul will indwell the baby at different periods of gestation. So I think the most common is like 30 days. I think there's another one at 45. But there is definitely, because at some point they had to ask, like, well, what if it's a miscarriage? Is that now a dead baby? Like, so
Right.
there is a different numbers depending which Jewish community you're in. But if there's something in the Bible about it, there's nothing in the Bible about it that talks about at this stage the soul enters the human being. My, if I had to guess, and we're going to make a biblical case, I think the closest you would get is probably what you're referring to, which is once the wind of God, once the spirit of God is inside of you, now you're a living, animated, soul.
Okay, but we don't really know when the Spirit of God would be in you
Well,
to
when you
start.
start breathing.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
in the ancient creation narratives, there were two things. They would say, like in the Babylonian narrative and the biblical narrative, and even sometimes in parts of the Egyptian, you'll find that like humans are just made of like the earth. Like we're just like dirt bags, basically. But the thing that makes us interesting is that we can become alive if something living from the gods is inside of us. So the two things that they put inside of our dirt bags are the blood of the gods and the breath of the gods, because their reasoning was, well, when you lose your blood, you're dead. When you lose your wind, you're dead. So like these must be the two things that God gave to us to animate our dirt sacks, right? So most of the creation narratives will talk about that, how God formed humans from the clay or the dirt of the earth and then put the blood and the breath of the gods inside of you. Interesting, in the Bible, we get a little bit in Leviticus, it says that the life is in the blood. But in Genesis, it doesn't mention the blood. It only mentions the wind of God, which is interesting because you're like, well, we knew at some point they must have had this idea that the blood was a life force from God because it shows up in Leviticus, but how come they didn't include it in Genesis is hard to know.
Right. Okay. Okay. I was like, I'm coming to you with that Bible verse.
Yeah, sorry,
So maybe it sounds like
actual
maybe
Bible verse
the
for it. Yeah.
Genesis. Okay, but it sounds like maybe the Genesis breath into Adam gave him
Yeah.
life.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
There might be like a verse that touches on it kind of like sideways. Like if you read it just the right way, it might
Yeah.
give you a hint, but I can't think of anything. The only thing that come to mind is Genesis when God breathes life into the baby. But like it does call into question, when David wrote in the Psalms that he was knit in his mother's womb, wouldn't you think that if God was knitting human beings in the womb, that they would have souls? Like, why would he knit babies without souls in the womb? So that's why I'm saying if you look at a verse sideways, you can poke holes, like some plot holes in it, but it's hard to make anything definitive out of it.
Yeah. Then the last thing I asked him, this guy, is so if your wife is at death's door and trying, giving birth, and the doctor says we can only save one, what are you going to do? And he said, save the baby, obviously.
Right.
So I mean, is there some religious thing that says that?
There's actually not, but this is a really classic like thought experiment to have people, because when you talk to people that are like super anti-abortion, they'll definitely say things like, well, all the humans are created equal. They're all in the image of God, and therefore they're all equal in God's eyes. So you shouldn't kill a human. But if you ask them exactly what you said, if burning's building and you can save this baby over here, or you can save this collection of like fertilized eggs that have yet to be placed inside of a woman for in vitro, they're like, oh, you get baby for sure, because the baby's already alive. So instinctually, they are placing more value on the baby that's already alive for one really easy reason that instinctually we just kind of all know. The other thing too is, if you really want to use the Bible against people that are like really fervent on the abortion topic, I would take them to Deuteronomy 21 and show them where God says you can do a post-birth abortion anytime you want on your unruly son. If your son's unruly, you can take him to the elders of the town and kill him. In Exodus 21, if you accidentally kill a baby that's in the womb because it got struck or something, it's not actually life for life. In Exodus 21, it's life for life. You kill somebody, you die. But if you accidentally kill a baby in the womb, you don't get killed for that life. You only have to pay a fine because they placed a different weight on the baby. Same thing with Numbers chapter 5. In Numbers chapter 5, there's a potion that a woman has to drink if she's suspected of being unfaithful, and it causes her womb to miscarriage. Well, if there's a baby in there, that's basically an abortion, right? So God never actually says anything about babies being sacred or you can't abort them. In fact, he says in Hosea that he's going to cause women's wombs to be ripped open. And in Jeremiah, he says, I will bereave them of their children.
Okay.
So God murders babies all the time.
Right. Okay. Well, that's some great info for me.
Yeah,
Okay, well, that's really all I had.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Thanks. I love your channel. Bye.
Big W for that guest. It sounds like she's trying to engage people in the wild. Engaging people in the wild on these topics is pretty wild, actually, to do it. It's a good time. Hey, David, thank you for the question. It says, have you heard of Catholic integralism? No, actually, I've never. The current Catholic right working hard. Wait, the current Catholic right? You mean right wingers working hard to make us all subject to it now? Fuck. No, I'm going to pass on that. I'm not interested whatsoever in that. A big no to being part of the Catholic right. And Miss Meg says, if God didn't want us to eat unclean animals, why did he command Noah to bring 2 of every unclean one? For that matter, why allow snakes? But Meg, it's a good question, because if God didn't, well, first of all, God could have made it so only clean animals survived after the flood, and then you can eat any animal you want. You wouldn't have to choose between clean and unclean. So that's fine, but I don't know. Maybe in the mind of the author, this is just kind of a plot hole, or maybe God doesn't care, right? It seems as though what's happening in Genesis is that there's an attempt to preserve all of the life here, even the life that you don't eat, because there's a lot of life, even seeds. They had to preserve seeds on the boat, right? Did they consume birds all that often? No. Not really. Birds weren't like a staple. Maybe for sacrifice, you give like 2 turtle doves, but they weren't, quail was eaten some. Nevertheless, my understanding of the narrative is that they're trying to preserve. They're trying to preserve the way of life, not just the food, not just what we eat. And Mike says, how's my favorite pastor says, remember folks, Christianity dies without lies. Yes. 100% cute kitty too, by the way. Mike, without lies, Christianity dies, as does Islam, by the way. Both of them. And CM said, do you have any suggestions for books on biblical slavery or anything in regards to Christianity being spread by the sword? Well, in regards to Christianity being spread by the sword, a compelling book that focuses on the treatment of the Jews, you might want to check out Constantine's Sword, that talks about the treatment of the Jews by the early church. You might also want to check out this one. Hold on. These are two decent selections. One's called God's War. This is really about the Crusades and what led up to the Crusades. And another one, which is a really well-respected book, is Christianity, the first 3,000 years. Now, this isn't going to be critical about the church. It's more of a historical, maybe even sometimes a sympathetical historical look. But those are both really good, really thorough reads. The other thing, let's see. You know what you should do? I know you guys need. Hold on, I want to get you a book that you definitely want to get. It's called The Martyr's Mirror, formerly known as The Bloody Theater. They had to change the name of it for obvious reasons. But the Martyr's Mirror, I would say, is akin to like Fox's Book of Martyrs, except the thing that they did, which is way more interesting, is they documented church violence against the church, meaning Christians killing Christians. It's really cool. It is available. It's been out for a while. It was preserved by the Anabaptists. The Anabaptists were keeping these records, and I love it. It's one of my favorite books. In fact, give me a second. I'll put it up on the screen. It's called The Bloody Theater or The Martyr's Mirror. It's just such a good work. It's full of firsthand accounts, stories and witnesses of people being killed by the Catholic Church. In fact, here's one. What's on this page? We've got pictures and all kinds of stuff. An account of those who suffered in the 11th century. And then they've got all kinds of firsthand accounts of people who suffered, typically by the hands of the Catholic Church. There's some... this document is really more about the violence specifically of the Catholic Church, but to be fair, that's about the only church there was around. Now, are there books that are non-Christian that talk about violence in the early church? Good question. I don't know, because I usually do primary research. So typically I go and read the early documents. And I don't know if you guys know this, but most of all of the written documents in existence from the early church, you can access online and read them for yourself. But is there a book that does it? Let's see. There probably is a book that does a good time documenting this. Let me see real quick. Oh, Catherine Nixie did a book. Interesting. Oh, there is a book that I have on this. Okay. Christianity, the first 3,000 years, recommended. Agreed. And then there's one by Catherine Nixie. Definitely recommend. It talks about a bunch of stuff that was happening in early church, book burnings, getting rid of Greek philosophical works and things like that, trying to eliminate all forces and oppositions. But there is another book that where did I save it? Hold on. It's really good, actually. And I used it a while ago. There we go. Got it. Okay. There's a book by Dirk Roman. It's really cool. All right. It's niche, but it's really cool. It's named Christianity, Book Burnings and Censorship in Late Antiquity. I used this at one point to prepare a bunch of talking points for the violence perpetrated by the early church, and I needed a resource that documented the early book burnings. This resource by Dirk is the most thorough resource I've found so far that documents book burnings. Wonder if I can share it. If there's a way to share this with y'all. Is there a share button? There's really not. Give me a second though. I bet if I pop it into the browser source, I can show you. And let's see. This is the book. This is a PDF copy. You can get a PDF and or print copy elsewhere. But it's by Dirk Roman, Christianity, Book Burning and Censorship in Late Antiquity. It was originally published in a non-English journal. But it's, if you can get a copy of this, highly recommend it. Great for research. If you even if all you had was this would be a great jumping off point to violence and opposition within the early church. So hope that helps. That was a fun question, actually. Really good question. A lot of questions today. Inu says, if Ephesians 1 is correct, how can any Christian say we have morally significant free will? Hell is determined. How is this not divine fatalism? So I agree. Ephesians 1 also, there's a passage in Revelation chapter 13. double check. Oop, typed it wrong. There we go. So I agree. Ephesians chapter 1, which states that the elect were chosen before the foundation of the earth. It would just entail that God chose who he was going to choose before anything had yet happened. Same way David said that all of his days had been numbered before any day had yet been lived. And if you go to Revelation 13, like I said, we get much of the same. It says, and all the inhabitants of the earth will worship it, meaning the beast, everyone whose names has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb was slaughtered. So, I mean, from the foundation of the world, God already had your name written down in a book. He already destined you for goodness or not. Also, this week, I'll add a new tab to the cheat sheet. I'll add my free will tab. I haven't got around to it yet. I was adding other tabs. I've got a whole tab full of stuff for free will that needs to go into the cheat sheet. I'll get it done this week. I did add the MSRI calculator, though, that Carnage made for us. The Mysterium Solar Resonance Index calculator is on the cheat sheet now if you need to calculate somebody's quantum woo level. And Carrie says, what is Proverbs 8 about and who is speaking? Also, who is Sophia? Oh, well, Sophia is wisdom. That's the Greek word for wisdom, right? The person, we'll say the entity speaking in Proverbs 8, like the person itself. I don't know. If I don't recall there being an author given in Proverbs 8. But at one point, wisdom speaks, right? So that's why it also in Psalm 2, wisdom speaks, right? So if we go to the Psalm, I keep saying Psalm, Proverbs, if you go to Proverbs 8, what you'll find is that wisdom is being personified and wisdom is going to speak to individuals. Does not wisdom call and understanding raise her voice? On the heights beside the way, in the crossroads she takes her stand, beside the gates in the front of the town, at the entrance of the portal she cries out, to you, O people I call, in my cry, so on and so forth. So Sophia is the personification of wisdom, just like Jesus is the personification of the word. Similar concept. It was already popularized within Judaism that you could have like divine attributes that get personified. Wisdom was one of them, Sophia, and the Logos, the word, was another one of them. So hope that helps. And Mr. Timon says, did Jesus lie in Mark 9:29? He said the Spirit only comes out with prayer, but he never prayed. He just rebukes it. It also contradicts Matthew 17:20. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, yes and no. It depends on how you word it. So, like, elsewhere, he said some things can only come about with prayer and fasting. So it's possible Mark 9 is being less, or is being too rigid or too specific, right? Rather than saying some things. So in the NRSV, he says of this kind, right? Let's see. Which passage is this one? Jesus saw, I command you come out. So he's not saying all spirits. He says this kind of spirit. When he entered the house, his disciples asked him privately, why could we not cast it out? And he said to them, this kind can only come out through prayer. So it's like, there must be one kind that can only come out through prayer. But to your point, Jesus doesn't pray in this passage. Now, if you ask a Christian, they're just going to be like, well, he doesn't need to, he's God. If the disciples had prayed, it would come out, right? That's how they're going to square that round peg. So, you know, I would have that at the ready. But does it contradict Matthew 17:20? I don't know. Let's find out, actually. It says, because of your little faith, for truly I tell you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will, if you have the faith of the mustard seed, you can move a mountain. Yeah. Okay. Does that contradict? No, because mountains and demons are different, right? One's an inanimate object and one is a malevolent demonic entity. I don't think that you would classify them with the same types of powers. So I totally get why you would think that's a contradiction. I get it. Like if you're just doing at first pass, you could definitely read that and be like, yeah, it seems like they contradict, but I don't know if that's the strongest one. I don't know if I would use that. I mean, theoretically, you could make that case. I just don't think it's not the strongest argument that you could hold on to, you know? And Chino says, why are there no artifacts or relics from Jesus in any museum? Well, I mean, we do have his holy foreskin. I don't know if y'all know this. We got his foreskin. He was a carpenter, so where are his wares? Houses he built, morning wood? Praise Doug. Indeed, we were talking about this just the other day. If Jesus spent like a decade as a carpenter, why the fuck do we not have at least one ancient account of someone like, hey, that Jesus guy that y'all worship, he made a hell of a bookshelf. What a great bookshelf he made me, or whatever shelf, right? Like there should be something, right? We have a period of a decade missing from his adult years, from 20 to 30. What the fuck was he up to? How come we don't have any documentation? Clever Moniker says, biblically speaking, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Old Testament, not new. A woodchuck would chuck an entire Noah's Ark if we're talking about the Old Testament. If a woodchuck could chuck wood, I'm just saying that's the answer that makes the most sense to me. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. That is monumental. That's huge. Really appreciate that, friend. And Genji with 2 follow-up questions on our previous topic. Thank you so much. Says, even in Job, God claims that he created the earth from the carcass of Leviathan. He does, yeah. In Job 38 to 41, there seems to be this hinting at this Babylonian creation myth. Agreed. I don't know if it's explicit, though. Might not be explicit. And Genji says, in your view, is there a connection between the golden calf and the Assyrians? No, I think the golden calf story was a commentary on the calves that were set up by Jeroboam. Jeroboam set up 2 different calves of gold and said, here are the gods that brought you up out of Egypt, which is ironic because in Exodus, when they make the single golden calf, what does Aaron say? He says, here are the gods that brought you up out of Egypt. Wait, what do you mean the gods plural? What are you, crazy? Well, the reality is, it seems to be a commentary on why the cult set up by Jeroboam was wicked, right? Because you're not supposed to do idols. So I think Exodus is commentary on Jeroboam. That tells you about when it was written. I mean, after Exodus that section must have been written after Jeroboam. So not nowhere close to, Moses certainly wasn't writing that. Also, we have depictions of Elohim and Baal as oxes and calves, and even seems to be associated with Yahweh. On the pottery from Kuntalet Ajrud, we do have a depiction of Yahweh and Baal and possibly Asherah, and also an ox or a cow, right? So it was common in this time period, whatever the most powerful god is, that god would be depicted as an ox or a cow, because that was like the most powerful animal. Even Ishtar is labeled at some times, because she's got a bad temper, she's labeled as the wild cow of heaven, right? So depicting the most powerful gods as the most powerful animals were just common. That's just what they did. So they depicted Yahweh as a golden calf because he fucked off. Moses was the conduit for Yahweh to lead them up out of slavery, out of Egypt, and Moses fucked off for 40 days. And like, what are we supposed to do? Like, that was our conduit to Yahweh. So like, okay, we'll make another conduit to Yahweh. And they build a calf, maybe even 2. And that was their avenue of trying to figure out, how the fuck do we get Yahweh back here so we can finish this journey and get the hell out of here? That was what they had, because, they weren't worshiping another god. That wasn't the case. They were trying to evoke Yahweh using classic cult imagery. You know what I mean? And Andre, thank you for the super chat, says, what happens to pregnant atheists during the rapture? Will their innocent babies just vanish? Oh, fuck. Now we've got the hard-hitting questions. That's a good one, Andre. If I had to guess, if they didn't, then perhaps the pregnant woman would float up and be a not a casualty, but like, do they get caught up with the baby? Do they get to buy? They get lucky that they get into heaven despite not being worthy because the baby's going. There's some questions there, actually. That's why I keep telling you guys. The more you think about these Bible stories, just ask yourself logistically, how does this play out? And it gets absurd every time. Also, Captain Warhammer says, W for Q&A. Love these. Hey, happy that you're here, Captain Hammer. Appreciate that. And Clever Moniker coming again and says, also, quick follow-up. If was a skiff, would we actually all take a ride? All of us really. Wait, what? I don't know this. Hold on. Is this a thing? Let me type this into Google. If was a skiff. Is that a rhyme? Apparently people are saying that if was a skiff, we'd all go for a boat ride. I don't know what that means. I get it. If was a skiff, well, a skiff being a boat, then we'd all go for a boat ride because we're all saying if. Interesting. Interesting follow-up. I've never heard that before, but now it's going to be seared into my brain. Okay. And Ripper says, if Paul didn't swap sides, do you think Christianity would have never taken off? Pauline doctrine seems to prevail over Jesus' teachings to most Christians. Ripper, 100% in agreement. No Paul, no Christianity. It doesn't even fucking get off the ground. It dies in the first century, goes nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. The only way you get to Christianity is by getting rid of the laws of Moses. That's the hurdle. That's the stumbling block. That's why Paul was so important, because Paul came along and said, yep, these laws that nobody likes that makes this religion seem stupid and barbaric, you ain't got to do that shit no more. Look at Jesus. Look at this bright, shiny Jesus. Let me say you this. So yeah, without Paul, because the disciples weren't going to do that. That wasn't what the disciples were up to. Without Paul, there's no Christianity. 100%. Last super chat for now from Reverend Nate. Thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks. Says, I sent 2 super chats during UA this morning and they allegedly disappeared into the aether. That can't be. We read every super chat that was on our list. If it disappeared in an ether, I don't know what to tell you. I'm using super chat aggregation software that polls like every second. I don't know how it could possibly miss a super chat unless unless YouTube has something that that deletes or yeets a super chat if it violates a policy. I don't know. All I can tell you is I have software that gets all of the super chats from YouTube and brings it into a list. And I've compared it. I've compared my list with the actual live stream. I've never seen it miss one. So not that it couldn't happen. I've just never seen it, you know? Maybe I should have paid for them spiritually instead. Listen, Ray, Reverend Nate, we love you around here. I apologize that happened to you. If it happened, I don't know how it happened. It's one of the things that's, I guess, it's just outside of my control for now, you know? If there's a better way of doing this, I would do it. This is the only way I know of, friend. Even when I was literally reading super chats directly from the live stream, people would still tell me I missed them. And I'll repeat it again. I don't read super chats in chronological order. Sometimes I'll read a super chat that came in after your super chat, but I'll still get to your super chat eventually. It's not that I didn't read it or skipped it. I'll get to it eventually. All right, let's get not bearded. Let's get the beard of empathy up in here. Welcome in, empathy. Oh, empathy, I think your mic's muted still, your hardware. There you go.
Hear me now?
Good. Yep.
Thanks for having me up. I
Welcome
appreciate
in, buddy.
I do have a few questions. I'm ashamed to admit that, like many Christians, I have not read the full Bible. But I've been working my way through it in the NRSV UE.
Yeah.
And I did notice in that particular translation that right before the story of Babel is talking about like the Noah's kids, and how they became tribes. And in that translation, it specifically says that each of those tribes had its own language.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next chapter is Tower of Babel that says at the top, uh, in those days, everyone had the same language.
Right.
So I was wondering what the Hebrew said on the subject, like as far back as we can go. Does the Hebrew mention languages?
It will. So they're going to use a different word, probably tongue, but this is a well-known problem. So there's actually 3 whole problems with all this. You've mentioned one of them. Another problem is that in Genesis chapter 4, Genesis chapter 5, when we get the some of the lineages from Adam, listen to what it says. So these stories obviously were written down independently of the flood narrative, which is why both of these problems persist. So in Genesis 5, let's see, we get all these lineages. It might be chapter 4. Let me see. Yep, I apologize. Genesis chapter 4. We get some of these lineages that come from Adam, and it talks about like what came from them, right? So let's see, blah 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 blah. Where's the metal workers? There we go. Let's go to 4:8. It says, to Enoch was born Arad. Arad was the father of Mahujael, and Mahujael the father of Methuselah. Methuselah, father of Lamech. Lamech took 2 wives. The name of the ones who was Adah and the other Zillah. Adah bore Jabal. He was the ancestor of those who lived in tents and had livestock. His brother, his name was Jubal, and he was the ancestor of those who play the lyre and the pipe. Well, that's interesting because, like, okay, if these are the ancestors of people who play the lyre and pipes and have livestock, then they all should have been dead in the flood. They shouldn't have lived. We should know about them. There should be no recollection of these people post-flood, but they're saying these are the ancestors. That can't be. It has the same problem that we find with the tower story. Basically, everything's anachronistic. It's like they don't know which order of events anything happened. Like it couldn't have been that prior to the tower, that these are the people who split off and had all these nationalistic languages, because when we get to the tower, they all have one language. So these are anachronistic features for one reason, because they were separate stories. They got smushed together. And when they smushed them together, no one bothered to think about it enough to be like, hey, this creates a problem. They got plot holes in it now. Nobody was doing that because, the average person wasn't reading this book. Like a priest was stitching this together, and then they would store it in a temple somewhere and read it every now and then, right? So they just don't have enough eyeballs to catch all the problems that we can catch because we've got disposable copies at the ready.
Yeah, it definitely sounded like they just kind of stuck the story in where they thought it would fit.
That's exactly what happened.
Like some poor editing on their part.
And there's a bunch of it. If you read Who Wrote the Bible by Richard Elliott Friedman, he points out some of these problems as well. And he wrote another book called The Bible with Sources Revealed. It's kind of the title is a little bit misleading. It's not the entire Bible, it's just the Pentateuch. But he goes through the Pentateuch and shows you the different sources, how they were stitched together. And if you unstitch them and read them independently, they actually make a lot more sense.
Yeah, that tracks. So I was reading Exodus a little bit further on from there, and they got the part where Yahweh's requiring the sacrifice of all the firstborn, and it says that you can redeem your mule by sacrificing, was it a goat instead? And then of course it says the same thing about your children. Well, what if you didn't have the goat or the other sacrifice? What would you have to sacrifice your mule if you couldn't redeem it?
So
and
most likely,
and then by extension, would that apply to children as well?
So most likely they would have went to something cheaper, because so in Leviticus 5, there's a series of laws about what to bring for a guilt offering. And if you can't afford like a whole burnt offering, like a cattle, you can do something cheaper. If you can't do that, you can do like 2 turtle doves. If you can't do that, you can do like an ephah of fine flour, right? So there seems at some point to be this idea written into the code of like, hey, listen, if you can't afford the thing, we can reduce it to something that you can afford. Whether or not that's codified in there, and whether or not it actually got practiced are 2 different questions. Most likely it got practiced, whether it was codified or not. Or you could go into debt over it. You can use somebody else who has one, and then you could work it off for them. So you could basically borrow from Peter to pay Paul, as they say. But so that certainly is an option. But Ezekiel is reading the firstborn as actual human sacrifice. So there's two commands in Exodus. One of them tells you to redeem the human, one of them doesn't. Ezekiel in chapter 20, verse 24 and 25 is like, no, God told you to sacrifice your firstborn. He did it to horrify you.
Yeah. It's definitely a horrific command.
Right.
Kind of goes counter to a lot of apologists saying that God would never do human sacrifice.
Well,
Because
yeah,
it's in there.
in Jeremiah, he's like, it didn't even cross my mind. It never even considered it. But in Exodus, he's like, not so much. It comes up twice in Exodus. 1:13 is the first one. I'm trying to remember what the second one is. But I bet if I go to Exodus 13, I bet the cross reference in Exodus 13 will tell me exactly where it's at. So Exodus 13, it says, consecrate to me all the firstborn, whatever is to open the womb among the Israelites, human beings and animals are mine. That's most likely the one that we would say is human sacrifice. And the other one is in 22, Exodus 22.
Thanks a lot. I got one more
good.
question.
Mhm.
But first, I wanted to say this morning on Apologetic, you were correct. I am a licensed professional therapist.
Oh,
Um,
I was hoping so.
yeah, I'm a therapist. It's my day job. I listen to people for a living. And yeah,
That's tough
I'm trying
work.
to. It can be. You hear a lot of really horrific things from people that people have been through. But it's what I do. It's my passion. It's what I love. So I try and do it for a living. No, doesn't always pay the bills as well as it could, but it's still a wonderful thing to do.
Right.
And I'm starting at my stream as I've mentioned a couple of times in super chats. Just trying to get out there, get some debates in, and also provide some education and information. So thanks, appreciate that.
Well, we definitely need people like you in the community. I know Dr. Joe's a licensed therapist, but she's, other than you, I think you 2 are the only that I'm aware of. So, are you affiliated with any of the projects like the Recovering from Religion Project or the Secular Therapy Project?
Not directly. I haven't reached out to Recovering from Religion. I did reach out to Secular Therapy Project, but I think they're kind of a newer startup. I think
Okay.
as they were asking me about my evidence based practices, and I do use evidence based practices, and I provided them with the list of the practices that I use, and the response was, "Well, that's not on our list of evidence based practices," and they sent me something that's just a website off of the APA website. So. That was last year. Things might have gotten better since then. I haven't reached out,
Okay.
but I do enjoy. I'm not opposed to helping. I would even help them out bringing a list of evidence based practices. It's just part of what I do. So I haven't been working with them, but I would like to. There's also a thing that's ramping up called the Counseling Compact. After 2020 and COVID, we uh, we saw that people just need the mental health help, and licensure right now is state by state. So I'm licensed in one state, I can't practice in another state. But the Counseling Compact is a set of laws that allow for that to happen. So
Right.
like I could apply for privileges to practice in another state as long as I maintain my license in the state that I live in, which is going to be great. But
Yeah.
there's like 35 states that have enacted the legislation, but there's only 3 of them that have figured out all the logistics enough to be
Right.
able to make those applications. It's just a bureaucratic nightmare on that side of things. But eventually, we'll be able to apply to practice across states, and I think that's what I like. I really can't wait for that to happen. Um, because then I can provide services to anyone
for
anywhere.
Sure.
I appreciate you having me up. I did have that one last question.
Mhm.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Oh fuck. Okay, so when I was a kid, I was like every other kid. I loved the T-Rex. Who doesn't love the T-Rex?
Yeah.
But the older I got, the more I'm like, I like, you know what? The Triceratops not bad. It doesn't get a lot of love, but like Triceratops gonna fuck you up pretty good. Like they're really stout, really strong, and you can imagine someone charging at you with the horns, like a rhino just coming at you. I don't know if there's much you could do about it. But like I don't know. The pterodactyl is pretty badass too. Like imagine because like if you're a pterodactyl, like what's a T-Rex gonna do to you? Like, he can't swat at you. He's got those mini arms. What are you gonna do?
Depends on whether it's flying or not. If it's on the ground,
Well, I mean,
have to take off.
That's on you, pterodactyl. Well. Listen, if pterodactyl, if you land on the ground, that shit's on you. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, when your life is in the sky, stay in the sky.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You got trees, baby. Stay in the trees.
I'll get going. I'm going to go upstairs and watch Dogma for the first time in years because they finally brought it on streaming. I got right up here. I've got my buddy Christ. It's right there. It's actually signed by Kevin Smith. It's wonderful.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love it.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Bearded.
I appreciate you having me up. I'm always available to answer any kind of like mental health questions. At some point, I'd love to come and hang out and debate apologists with you if you're ever interested. But I'll let you go now. And the YouTube, the streaming channel I have is The Beard of Empathy. I do have two accounts. My personal account is just Beard of Empathy, but then my streaming account is The Beard of Empathy.
You have to be live sometime when I'm ending so we can go raid your stream.
Yeah, I'll try and set that up. I appreciate you, Justin. Appreciate everything.
Hey, you too, buddy. Cheers. We definitely need people in the community to do for therapy. It's a much needed thing. Really is. A lot of people need therapy. All right, we got to Genji's still after it. Thank you, Genji, for the $50 super chat. It looks like there's a follow-up on our continued discussion responding to Jeroboam. It says, I have a heuristic about the historical narratives in the Hebrew Bible. Generally, when the authors shit on a king for doing evil in the sight of the Lord, that king was probably fine. Listen, I fucking agree with you. Like in the Book of Kings, you get towards the later kings, and every time it's like, so-and-so did not walk in the ways of his father and did what was wrong in the sight of God, right? But anyway, it says, that king was probably fine. Jeroboam too was a successful king, but the biblical authors shit on him. I know. Listen, the northern kings, say, especially get shat on. And I'm sure they were fine. Like, they were doing what any good king would do. And it's trying to keep the kingdom afloat. They were fucking there first anyways. They were there before these Judeans down here in the foothills that, fucked around with the Midianites and then came up here. They were already there first. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those. I agree with you. The Bible is propaganda. A lot of this book is Judean propaganda, to be specific. Israel used to be Canaanites. The Canaanites were there first. The Judeans, the tribe of Judah, came later and rewrote history while they tried to basically genocide everybody that was left over. And Reverend Nate with the follow-up, thank you so much, says, when my dad died, 10 years of cancer. Sorry to hear about that. That's horrific. I was conveniently home doing military training. The priest said God did what? The priest said that God, I think we're missing a word in here. The priest said God did that. Oh, did the thing that God, okay. The priest said that God did that, being the cancer, as a blessing, or the death perhaps. I nearly hit him. How the fuck would anyone find that comforting? They should never say that. I get why they would say that. They would try to say, well, there's comfort in dying because they were suffering, but never say that shit. Never say that shit to somebody. It's a horrible thing to say. Don't say that. I'm with you, Reverend Nate. As a pastor, I was never that stupid or insensitive. Never would have said that nonsense to somebody. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's terrible. And Genji with another follow-up, thank you, says, I also recommend Josh Bowen's Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1 and 2, covers slavery and other topics from a critical perspective. I actually forgot about that. Sorry, but you're right. Josh Bowen's book, does the Old Testament condone slavery, was one. I've got that one. And the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. Fuck me. That's another good one too, actually. Both of them available on Amazon. You can get the hard print or the soft print. You don't have to be forced into the hard print. You can get the soft copy for sure. Erica says, thank you. Your insight helped me in recent disagreement I had with my super religious mother-in-law. Oof. Arguing with the mother-in-law is not fun. Sorry you have to do that. I'm glad it helped though. One of my goals with this channel really is to help people combat the Christian nonsense. There's so much of it. And Repent says, my dad was big on end time prophecy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My dad was too. It was the end times prophecy people are the least biblically literate. But they're fun. Anyways, he often focused on the 7-year treaty with Israel and who would sign it. Just wondering where this originates in the Bible and any other thoughts you have about it. Good question. I can't say that the 7-year treaty was ever a topic that my dad and I discussed with the end times nonsense. Typically what they do is they'll go to the birth of Israel as being the time marker, because in Matthew 24, it will say, learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as his leaves are tender, you know that summer is near or something like that. And they're saying, well, listen, this is a metaphor for Israel, right? Once Israel is reborn, you know that Jesus is near, right? So they'll say, now that Israel is a state, that's the generation. The generation that won't die until Jesus comes back is the generation that occurs when Israel becomes its own nation again. And so that's where most end time prophecies kind of get their Israel time marker from. I don't know anything about the 7-year treaty. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can help you with that one. To be fair, when I was a Christian, I thought end times prophecy was bullshit. I didn't believe in it. I didn't believe there was anything in the Bible that could lead you to know when Jesus was coming back. I thought it was a complete, entire waste of time, and I spent as little time worrying about that shit as possible. I watched Irvin Baxter on TBN. He was their end times guru back then. I watched him fail over and over again. So I was like, well, these fuckers don't know what they're talking about. So I was like, this isn't worth my time. So unfortunately, I don't know. That might be a question where you might just have to hit some of the internet forums and figure out where they got this 7-year treaty from. Because I don't know anything in the Bible about a 7-year treaty with Israel. Master Machine, you're good to see you, friend. Says, why do atheists never talk about how much wood the New Testament would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Obviously, that's a fair question. It's a cover-up, psyop, retcon. Obviously, that's the case. And Shirley Temple Black, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's so funny about out peace, love, and understanding? I mean, what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? I didn't know anything was funny about it. I'm a fan of peace, love, and understanding. So you're not going to get any complaints from me, my friend. And Megs, with the follow-up, thank you so much, says, follow-up to the rapture. Would the atheist pregnant woman get saved because she is with child? I mean, the Bible says women are saved through childbearing. Oh, fuck. You solved it. Meg, you solved 1 Timothy chapter 2, how the woman would be saved through childbearing. Obviously, it was a reference to the rapture, because when the baby gets raptured, the mother goes with it. Everything makes sense. You know, it's funny, we're joking about this right now, but this is literally how Paul came up with his theology. The New Testament authors, this is the bullshit they were doing to come up with their theology. They're just grabbing connection points here. They're like putting it on pin boards showing you where everything's fucking connected, making up new theology. It's all. We're doing it for fun. They meant that shit. That's all they were doing. It's crazy to think about. And last super chat from Shroud says, first Justin deconstructs from Christianity. Now he deconstructs from meat. Sorry about that. What's next? Deconstructing from clothes on OnlyFans. Listen, nobody's gonna pay to see this thing without clothes. That's not a thing. Thought Doug and Sharon Stone was alluding to Total Recall. Oh, fuck, Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Fuck, it's been a long time since I've seen that. That's an old one. It's funny, guys. Yeah, I do actually get some pop culture references, but they're old. I told you guys I'm like a boomer over here. Unfortunately, sorry to let you down, Shroud. If you were looking for an OnlyFans account, I don't have one. I don't think that I'm going to be starting one anytime soon. But big W for getting a Total Recall reference in here. That was good. All right, let's get Dre from the queue, and we'll get some conversations going. Oh, Dre dropped. All right, then. I guess we'll get the next in line, Rational Atheist. Welcome in, Rational.
Hey, Justin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Pretty good. Really huge fan, man. Love the work that you do.
Thanks, man.
I just have a couple of questions I'll get out of your hair. First question is, you say that you get all of your opinions from scholarly literature.
Yeah.
What would be some scholars I can check out that's not behind a paywall?
Well, you have to be very specific. So when you go to school and you get a PhD, it's a very narrow topic. So for example, like
Gotcha.
when I do my PhD, it'll be in like Assyriology, and I'll have to pick a concentration even within the field of Assyriology. So like my training would be super specific towards a very tiny area of the Bible. So like all the Bible scholars, the good ones, are like hyper focused on specific topics. So like if you said, well, what about Genesis? Okay, well, Genesis, I would recommend a lot of people. I would, Kenneth Matthews, Klaus Westerman, definitely would recommend, John Walton was really good. There's quite a few people that specialized in the stuff in Genesis. In legal codes, Jacob Milgram, Baruch Levine, Nahum Sarna, they're really popular in that field. Even one of my Old Testament professors was really popular with his stuff in Exodus and Deuteronomy. Eugene Carpenter, he was an evangelical that wrote a very influential commentary on Exodus. But you get beyond that, and it starts getting harder and harder to pinpoint somebody with the exact special. You want to do backgrounds, like mythological backgrounds on the Bible. Klaus Westerman's another good one. John S. Day, Mark Smith is really good. Let me think. There's a bunch of people that are really good on the backgrounds. Someone's alluding. What's her name? Oh, Vandertorn. Carol Vandertorn. Definitely highly recommend Carol Vandertorn. She's phenomenal. Esther Hamori is phenomenal. I don't know. There's a lot. If you give me a specific area, I can give you a scholar.
Gotcha. I only ask because my New Year's resolution this year is to read the Bible cover to cover, and then sometime later this year, start going live and start doing debates and stuff. So I just wasn't sure if there was anyone specific that I should focus on if I'm going to be doing that.
Here's what I would do. Other than getting a good study Bible, like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, I would start small by getting 2 single volume commentaries. Both of them are affordable. When you get to do large research, like in school, these types of single volume commentaries aren't really popular to kind of get poo-pooed on. But for people not in the academic world, these are really good resources. So they're very concise and very brief. But my favorites are the Oxford Bible Commentary.
Okay.
And typically the way these work is every book in here is done by a different scholar. So they'll pick a scholar that specializes in that particular book. Same thing with like the
Gotcha.
New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. Like it'll pick like David De Silva or Bartlett to do the Maccabees because they specialized in the Deuterocanonical books, right? And it'll tell you at the
Okay.
beginning who the contributors are to each particular book. And then there's another one just like this that's for Catholics, but I think it's just as good. It's the Jerome Bible Commentary. This is the second edition. I've got the third edition.
I've
The
got
third
that one on
edition
order.
is good. So those are two single volume commentaries that I think will you go a long ways with it, and it'll have a lot of jumping off points. You can say, "Oh, that's interesting. Let me do some deeper research. Let me see what else this scholar has said." And one of the best
Gotcha.
things you can do when you're doing academic research is start building bibliographies. So, for example, my one of my Hebrew professors, he's just retired this year, Dr. David David Baker. I was like, wait a minute, David Baker. So he put together a as part of his work, he put together a bibliography of scholarship just for the Book of Genesis, and it was stupid. It was like 50 pages, just a bibliography, because
Oh
you
my
know.
God.
So, and what you'll find in like Klaus Westermann's work. So this is one of the Westermann did a 3-volume commentary on Genesis, and what you'll find at the beginning of each section, what he'll do is he'll list a bibliography of all the sources that he referenced when writing the section. So, for example, just on this one section, he's got 3 pages of bibliography references just to talk about Genesis chapter 2. That's it. Just that one
Oh,
chapter,
wow.
it's got like 3 pages of bibliography references. So like
Yeah.
going to a good commentary like this will open up the door to all these academic references that you probably never heard of before. And you can get through like JSTOR or something else.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, sure thing. Bud.
Second question is specifically for going live. I know you've said in the past that like when you started going out or started doing lives and stuff, you just tried to go on as much as you could. Would
Yeah.
you recommend doing like just going live, or would you recommend doing some short form content, or like a combination of both, or what would you recommend?
So if I was starting my channel today, I would do way more short form content. Are you talking about TikTok and
Okay.
YouTube and Instagram? So back when I started, TikTok was the only place doing short form videos, basically. YouTube
Okay.
wasn't doing them. Instagram wasn't really doing them. So I was doing some short form content, but the algorithm favored live streams. So that's why I started
Gotcha.
doing live
Okay.
streams so much. But now it's different. If I was going to start my channel today, I would focus heavily on short form content, and everything I made, I would double post it to Facebook and Instagram and all the other platforms because they're all doing it now. And I would build my following equally on all the platforms, and then I would live stream when I had free time. When I started
Okay.
going live, I could go live and get like I had a one YouTube live stream where I had like almost 1,000 new followers in one stream. You'll never get that
Whoa,
nowadays.
crap, wow.
Not going to happen. It's not a
Okay.
thing. You can get a bunch if you're doing a vertical live stream, not a horizontal live stream. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I've heard you say that in the past. Yeah.
but the algorithm's just not the same anymore. I would focus on short form content with mixed in debates.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah,
So-
those are the only 2 questions I had. Thank you
Dr.
so much
Blitz-
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr.
go ahead,
Blitz goes lives quite a bit, but most of his following came from his short form content.
Oh, really? Okay. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see he goes live like almost every day.
Yep.
Okay.
But best
All
of
right,
luck to
man.
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Share
Thanks
it
a
out
lot.
when you go live. Share it out with our Discord so everyone knows.
Oh yeah, we'll do. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
We support each other in this community. If you're gonna go live, let us know. We'll get you supported.
We'll do. Thanks, man. I really, really appreciate it. Love the
Not
stream.
bad. Cheers, buddy.
All right. Cheers.
W for the name too. Let's get Dre in here. Dre, I tried to get Dre a minute ago and Dre dropped. Hopefully Dre's with us this time. Welcome back, Dre. Dre? I don't think Dre's actually with us. I have no idea what's happening with Dre, but Dre is not with us. All right. Alexander Saboza, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, my friend. Says, in regards to Reverend Nate's super chat, a friend of mine, his mom died of cancer many years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. A pastor from a church she attended sporadically told us at the freaking funeral that if she was more of a believer, God would have saved her. No fucking way. One thing that y'all have to know about pastors, there's a lot of people that end up in the pastorate because they couldn't survive in the real world. Please know that this is a real thing. If you go to Bible college and seminary, there's a huge percentage of people there that the only place they felt like they could fit in and thrive is as a pastor. It's a real thing. There's a lot of people there that are like hyper religious, but they're like, they couldn't find anything else that works for them. And they're like, well, the church will accept me, right? They'll let me, you know. So like, there's a lot of pastors out there that have no fucking clue how to interact with people. They have no idea at all how people work. And they'll say dumb shit like this. I was at a funeral once for a close friend of mine. Her daughter was a couple years younger than me. I was young. I guess I was probably 27 or 28. She died at 25. But when she was like 5, she got hit by somebody who sped through a school zone and didn't stop for the school bus. And she hit this little girl. Her name was Kathleen. And Kathleen was basically vegetableized the rest of her life. And then when she was about 25, she finally passed away. So she was gone. Like, she wasn't, like, you know what I mean? It's a horrible situation. But at the funeral, this fucking pastor at the funeral literally tried to make a case for why even though she couldn't speak, he knew that she accepted Jesus and would be in heaven because in her own way, she accepted Jesus. Motherfucker, you don't got to do any of that. You don't have to justify God sending somebody to hell who was vegetableized at age 5 because when you preached to her, she like made the right sound. Get the fuck out of here with that. Were you crazy? Are you insane right now? She was 5 years old. She was vegetableized. She's in fucking heaven right now, no matter what version of Christianity you believe in, unless you're a monster. You don't have to waste your time in a funeral on this nonsense. I was never so mad at another pastor when that happened. I was still in ministry when that happened. I wanted to run up there and push him off the stage. What a big dummy. It was crazy. PJ says, hey, Justin, can you pray for Doug for me to do well in my statistics exam tomorrow? Appreciate you, brother. I absolutely can. I don't know if Doug's going to be able to help you. Doug's advice is always, yeah, you got to study because you're on your fucking own. But listen, math is important and statistics is fun. Statistics is one of those math classes where you can really manipulate numbers to say things. It's the best math there is for marketing. If you're in marketing and you're like, how can I find a mathematical advantage for marketing this bullshit? Statistics. That's what you need. Take statistics and get good at it if you like marketing. And Twister Scripture says, happy Sunday, Justin and chat. I really enjoy the Q&A. Interesting questions and topics. Thanks. Rock hard for Doug. It really is. The Q&As really are a lot of fun. And I feel like I get really good questions. Typically, I get some challenging questions. Sometimes people ask me questions. I'm like, fuck, that's something I never thought about. Now I got to think about it, right? So I really enjoy that the community is able to come up with such like good, hard-hitting questions for me, you know? Thanks for being here, friend. I really appreciate that. And tired of liars, I'm with you. 613th commandment, every male to write a Torah Where is the Torah of Jesus? Oh, I think that was for every king, wasn't it? Hold on. Now I gotta go back. Because we're talking about the end of Deuteronomy, by the way. Deuteronomy like 30:31. It talks about a king has to write out a copy of the Torah and recite it. Did it say every male? I don't remember it saying every male. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me double check. It's got to be chapter 31. Moses and Joshua received God's charge. Gotta be chapter 31. Blah 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 blah. Write this song. Blah 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 blah. There is. Where is it? I thought it was in chapter 30 or 31. There's command to recite this after it's been written. It's in fucking 31. I don't know why I wasn't finding it. Okay. Let me grab 31:28 and put it on the screen. Says, take this book of law and put it beside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God. Let it remain there as a witness against you, for I know how rebellious and stubborn you are. If already you have been so rebellious towards the Lord while I am still among you, how much more after my death? Assemble to me all the elders of your tribes and your officials, so that I may recite these words in their hearing. I will call heaven and earth to witness against them. That wasn't the fucking... God damn it. Now I can't figure out. I know it's fucking in here, but now I have to Google it. If it's not in chapter 30 to 31, I'll lose my mind. 17. Why did I thought it was in 31? I know there's a reiteration of it in 30 to 31 somewhere, but not worry about that right now. 17:18 talks about the king. He must not acquire many wives, yada yada yada. When he has taken the throne of his kingdom, he shall write for himself a copy of this law on a scroll in the presence of the Levitical priests. It shall remain with him, and he shall read it all the days of his life, so that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, diligently observing all the words, so on and so forth. There's some kind of reiteration of this at the end of Deuteronomy that I was confusing it with, but that's what I was looking for. So I don't know of a passage where it says that all males have to recite this. Let me see if maybe it's not in Deuteronomy. No, the only thing in Deuteronomy is the one I just read, Deuteronomy 17. There's a song, like there's a couple of different songs that they're supposed to pass down from generation to generation, but I don't know of any command for all the males to write down the Torah, friend. An egg sack says, have you seen the movie Rapture Palooza? I have not. Great literal look at how absurd hilarious the whole concept is. Highly recommend. I'll have to check it out. Rapture Palooza sounds like it's kind of up my alley. And Skeptic Tap says, I'm a therapist too, by the way. Praise Doug. Well, hell yeah, Skeptic Taps. Thanks for letting us know. We do need to set up a thread in the Discord for therapists where, like, everyone in our community that is a therapist can submit access. We can give them a role in the Discord. We can make like an actual badge for them so that they, like the therapists and people who need a little bit of someone to talk to, can connect. We do have a section in there from Recovering for Religion. So that's one thing that we got in there now. T-Man says, was there really an empty tomb? What do most scholars think if it was made up? Why? I mean, I don't know what you mean by most scholars. I mean, most non-Christian scholars say, what the fuck tomb are you talking about? How could you possibly know there was an empty tomb when you don't even know what tomb we're talking about? Like, what a nonsensical thing for Christians to say. The tomb was empty. Which fucking tomb? And how do you know it was empty, right? These are entirely unfalsifiable, whimsical, mythological claims, right? Do most scholars think Jesus Yahweh taught Old Testament law should be followed forever? Yes, actually. Most, not all, most of the New Testament scholars I've run into, I'm not saying it's a consensus. I'm just saying the ones that I've known, we're happy to admit that the Jesus of the Gospels was a Judaizer. What if heaven and earth pass away was a dramatic way of saying the law remains until purpose is fulfilled through Jesus. That is not a dramatic way. Heaven and earth passing away literally means heaven and earth passing away. I'm not sure how you would get drama out of that would lead to something entirely different. I don't know. Atheist Dude says the conflicting genealogies of Jesus seem like a slam dunk. Nobody should believe these claims. Are they as a slam dunk as I think they are? Yes. So I assume you're referring to Matthew and Luke disagreeing. I think the better slam dunk is the fact that Matthew's genealogy leaves people out. It's also a slam dunk that they just disagree, but there's a reason why they disagree. That's the problem, right? So in the works of Eusebius, he details why the lineages disagree. And it's a viable solution. Like, excuse me, it's not a good one. It's not a good solution, but it is viable. They do, if you count as well, the genealogies, you'll find that the number of steps between the people are different as well. Like it says, Joram is the father of Uzziah. He's not. There's people missing. Also says that Jeconiah was in the lineage. Couldn't be. He's cursed. Jeremiah 22:30 says so. In Luke, the lineage goes through Nathaniel rather than Solomon. Well, that can't be true because according to 1 Samuel 7:12, the lineage has to go through Solomon, not through Nathan. So there's a lot of problems with the genealogies. Both of them go to Joseph, by the way, which is a problem. Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus. And according to 1 Samuel 7:12, the lineage seems to require coming from the actual body of David, from the actual seed of David, which Jesus never did. He was just adopted by Joseph. Reverend Nate says, the wind of God smells like holy shit. That is the case, actually. And Alex Nadorsabuza says, Justin, which websites are good to bring up the Bible, Quran, and Torah passages? Well, I go to Quran.com for the Quran. For the Torah, I would use Sefaria.org. For the Bible, I use Bible Gateway. If you want to do interlinear, you could use Bible Hub. Blue Letter Bible has a better interlinear Bible, but the website's clunky, so it's kind of up to you which one you want to use. Bible Hub is less clunky, but it overlays only with the King James, which makes it kind of shitty in that particular regard. And Dr. Bart says, related to the baby convo, do you think corpses demand dignity on their own, or just objects, or is it contextual? Just curious, reading a book on it. I mean, the in the Bible, the burial is really important. That's why Jesus was so controversial when he says to the guy, let me bury my father before I follow you. And he says, no, let the dead bury the dead. That's a huge blow because in the Jewish custom, you owed it to your relatives to give them proper burial and do proper mourning. You're supposed to actually mourn for, typically 30 days even. So that's why we find in Deuteronomy 21, even when you take a woman in war to be your war bride, she gets to stay in your house for 30 days mourning her dead parents before you can go into her. The burial and mourning rituals were really important to people in the Bronze Age because it ensured that you had a favorable afterlife. To not get a burial could be horrific. In fact, in Greek mythology, if you didn't get a proper burial, it could cause your soul to wander. And in Babylonian and ancient Near East as well. If you read enough ancient Near Eastern literature, you'll find that, like, oh my gosh, if you don't get a proper burial, that ghost could haunt. It could inhabit people that come through the area, and it can haunt the area for a long time to come. So it was the burial was kind of important. Ground Yourself, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you know of any valid science or valid cultural reasons why some foods were considered clean or unclean? Any reason besides God said so? There was a good, most of them, yeah. So hold on a second. I have yet to find a better commentary on the clean and unclean foods that give you explanations for why, as to the one by Jacob Milgram on Leviticus 1 through 16. There's nothing I could tell you that wouldn't be in here. This is the best commentary on that particular subject. Baruch Levine has touched on it as well. Phenomenal commentary. This is just for chapters 1 to 16. It's a beefy volume. But yeah, there are technically reasons for most of these clean and unclean foods. Some of them are more obvious, like the pig and the dog are obvious. They're scavengers. They live in the wild. But typically, it was, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of self-evident, right? It's like typically the skin of the animal was unclean, and that wasn't part of your sacrifice to Yahweh. You had to get rid of the skin of the animal. Well, yeah, it's just because fucking it was on the ground. It's touching the manure. It's unclean, right? You got to peel the skin off the legs and burn that stuff out back, right? So a lot of it is just kind of self-evident. Like the behavior of this animal would lead you to believe that it's either devious or that it's just physically not clean. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you want to know the specifics on each animal, get this commentary by Jacob Milgram. It's the best one out there. Great question, though, because curious minds want to know. The Egyptians, if you read the Egyptian literature, by the way, they do give explanations for some of the animals, why the Egyptians came to that conclusion. Reverend Nate says, Mel Brooks is my favorite living dinosaur. It's crazy he's still alive, too, by the way. I love his version of the 15 Commandments. I think yeah, if you haven't seen Mel Brooks' Moses' skit, it's worthwhile. And Chicken says, best dinosaur is the Muttaburrasaurus. This is a new dinosaur to me, and now I have to look it up. Muttaburrasaurus. Oh, it's a big one. Interesting. Okay. It's like the precursor to the T-Rex almost. Before the arms got tiny. So, I mean, listen, I can rock with that. So it's like a T-Rex before the arms were completely unusable. Did it eat wildlife or did it eat plants? Now I have to find out. Was it a meat eater? Oh, it was a herbivore. No fucking way. Okay. So it's basically a herbivore T-Rex. That's crazy. Big W. Hey, thanks for reference. All right, last super chat for now. We're gonna get Noterbot I Swear in here next. They were next in line. Genji, thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. That's huge. It says Judean scribes shit on Manasseh. I know they fucked up Manasseh so bad. Manasseh didn't deserve it. Okay. After the Assyrian devastation, even though he got Judah's economy back on its feet, I fucking know. I know. Manasseh's innocent. Hashtag free Manasseh. They did some shit to Manasseh. It wasn't right. He served for a long fucking time too. It was like 40 years. Holy shit. Let me figure out. See how long did Manasseh serve as king? It was fucking forever, wasn't it? Let's see. 55 years. 55 fucking years. Manasseh. served as king for 55 fucking years, did all kinds of great shit for the kingdom too, by the way. And the Judean scribes was like, fuck that guy. Just fucking write him right out. Okay, all right. Settle the fuck down there, Judah. They seem to have hated him for religious reforms. That is the case. It was the Yahweh only kings that tended to hold up to fuck up the geopolitics. Yeah, you're right. The Yahweh only kings are the ones that are fucking things up. The Israelite kings typically were like making friends with their neighbors. They were not trying to start senseless wars. They were trying to be normal, what's the word? Normal kings, doing normal king shit. Like even when the Arameans, rather than constantly being at war with the Arameans, there was a pact or an agreement between the northern Israelites and the Arameans. Because they're like, well, fucking, they're our neighbors. Same thing with the Tyrians. The northern Israelites were making pacts with Tyre, with Phoenicia, with all these other nations to keep them safe, to make allies. And the people in the south were like, fuck you, Yahweh only. Well, how well did that work out for you? Not too well. Making enemies because Yahweh said so is never a good plan for ruling a kingdom. Okay. Welcome in, not a bot, not a robot.
Hey, how's it going, Justin?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Oh, doing pretty good. I found you middle of last year, and I've really been enjoying your content.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Yeah, and recently, in the past couple months, my family has kind of violated the ceasefire on religion that we had kind of a tacit ceasefire where we just didn't talk about it, and then each of my parents separately, and then one of my brothers started talking about it. And so I've kind of shifted from just kind of watching your content for entertainment to oh well, now I need to memorize this stuff better.
Gotta take notes now, right?
I was trying to remember the stuff that I was okay, so there was this, there was that, and then they were throwing back a lot of the same bad talking points that I see your callers calling in with. So I just wanted to touch base on a couple of those, but before that, a couple things. So you remember the caller? I think it was on Friday. I think his name was Musil.
Yeah.
He was saying that Allah sent down iron from heaven, and then we kind of, or you guys kind of worked around that. Okay, so then we're cows,
Right.
aliens. So I took that a step further. Were they the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs? Right?
I would love to see God chucking cows at dinosaurs. Take that, fuckers.
That could be a movie. That could be a really good movie.
Well, it does say, in the Quran that God used the stars as missiles to kill the devils. So, God is fond of, throwing stuff at people he didn't like.
Yeah, he's got all those projectiles, yeah.
Right.
And then earlier in the call, somebody was asking about you were talking about the concubines getting passed on to the next king. I had a thought. Could that have been why Absalom's advisor told him, "Hey,
Yes.
go rape David's wives"? Maybe that was the thought.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's why Ahithophel told David to sleep with his father's wives, because it's a sign of power. I'm in charge now. Your wives are my wives. I'm king, right? I think it's the same reason. If you believe that Ham had sex with Noah's wife, which I do, I don't think he had sex with Noah, and I don't think that he just merely uncovered Noah's nakedness. I think that's why Ham did that with his father's wife too. He's like, nope, fucking, I'm in charge now. Everyone's dead. Who's gonna stop me, right? And then God's like, I'm not gonna do that. Now, is that why Reuben slept with one of his father's concubines? Now that I don't know. Is it possible that Reuben, being one of the eldest, he might have been the eldest. Was he trying to challenge his father's position in the pecking order by sleeping with one of his concubines? Maybe. It doesn't turn out well for him. He gets cursed by God in the end for it. But there's definitely this thing in the ancient world. We joke about it now, but in the ancient world, it was real. one of the ways that you would show your dominance is like, hey, I fucked your mother. But no, they would really fuck their mothers, right? Somebody else's woman, right? So there's one of those things
Right.
where, like, as a display of dominance, he's like, I took your kingdom and your fucking woman. What are you going to do about it, right? And so, yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it with that one.
Yeah. And then kind of transitioning into the stuff with my family, and also something about somebody else's comment. Something that I told my mother years ago that actually might have contributed to the ceasefire was, I keep saying ceasefire, you know what I mean. Was at one point I told her, I was like, okay, so if because my parents are Calvinists, so I said, if I am elect, if I'm one of God's elect, he knows exactly what he needs to do to make me believe in him. So and she said, she told me recently that kind of opened her eyes to like, oh well, I'm basically fighting against God at that point, trying to insist that you have to be a Christian because that's what I want, but if you aren't elect, then it doesn't make any sense to, you know beat a dead horse there. So
Yeah, you're pissing into the wind.
yeah. So so I don't know if that other caller with the family issues, if their family's Calvinist, that's a strategy. You can try
Yeah,
it.
that's
You don't even
true.
have to you don't have to credit me. It's fine.
It's just, maybe it's, I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the Calvinists are the least sympathetic Christians on the planet. I've never met a group of Christians that cared less about somebody than Calvinists. They're like, well, fucking, that's God. God predestined this bullshit for you. I guess this is what's gonna, like. They just don't care. Like, oh, you're going to hell. Well, fucking, you're a vessel of wrath then, I suppose. Like, whereas at least other Christians would like try to save you. They try to save your soul and help you. And
Gotta do everything we can.
right.
Yeah. Which, and I mean, if you think about it, as far as with like an omnipotent, omniscient God, Calvinist is probably, I would say that probably makes the most sense, because otherwise, like if it's like, oh, I don't know, it's up to whether people, evangelize enough, everyone being elect for destruction or salvation from the beginning would make it make more sense with, I mean,
Right.
obviously the omni properties are conflicting with each other, but like as far as like if you want to say he's omniscient, how can he be omniscient if he doesn't know who's going to be in heaven
Right.
with him? He
Right.
doesn't know whose bunkmates are.
I don't know.
So something that I was talking to him about was as far as the difference between Jesus and Paul on the law. And funny enough, the conversation with my brother was while we were playing video games. And like we were playing video games, and somehow religion came up. I was playing video games with him and his wife, and so I'm like trying to play video games and also remember all the stuff from your live stream. So I didn't do a very good job.
I
But
couldn't
one thing
double
they
task
did,
either. I can't like play games
yeah,
while
I think
yeah.
I didn't do a good job at either. Like at one point I looked up and I'm like, I'm so far away from them on the map.
Some people can. Like,
but
I can barely talk and drive. If I'm talking while I'm driving, like I'm gonna miss every street. Like I'm really good at focusing
right.
on one thing and really digging into that one thing. Ask me to do two things, it's gonna turn out shitty.
Oh yeah. Did you say you have ADHD too, right?
I think I do. I'm actually gonna. I've seen a doctor soon to get tested. I think it's one of the reasons why I could just stay up all night and do this.
Same. Yeah.
I'd get tired, but I just keep going. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And my parents like didn't, like, I don't know how to phrase this. Like I was never diagnosed as a kid because my parents didn't like seek that out, basically.
Mhm.
So that actually made it more difficult for me, because as an adult, going and saying, hey, I have these things that I'm dealing with, they're like, well, why weren't you diagnosed as a kid? And so but I mean, if you can explain, my parents didn't think about that or whatever.
Right.
Sometimes that
Well,
works out.
and I
But
don't know how old you are. When I was a kid, there wasn't a huge movement to diagnose it that much. I feel like that kind of came around in the 90s, like the late 90s. by the late 90s, everybody was diagnosed, but that was a fad that I was already old enough when the fad hit that my parents were like, he'll be fine. Walk it
for
off.
sure. Right. Yeah. Anyway, so something that they brought up was they were trying to say that where Jesus says, "Until heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle," or letter stroke of a letter, however the translation says, will pass away until all is accomplished.
Mhm.
So my brother was trying to say that that was like an either or of like, and I think somebody's comment called this out as well, where like the thought is that like he says until heaven and earth pass away, nothing's gonna do that unless all is, or until all is accomplished. If all is accomplished before it's like to try to work it around to say, well, when he said it is finished on the cross, he was saying all is accomplished.
It certainly couldn't be. So
Yeah.
this is a parallelism. Parallelisms were popular in among the Hebrews, where like you're starting out with something and then you repeat it again in a slightly different way, right? So when he says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished." What you should know is that heaven and earth passing away is synonymous with all being accomplished. It's a parallel, right? It's saying that heaven and earth passing away is when all things will be accomplished. And you know that to be the case because he tells you in the very next verse, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." If he's going to be dead in a year and a half and you're not going to follow these laws, then saying that is useless. There's no point at all in uttering that phrase. But after he's already dead, in Matthew 28, he tells his disciples, "Go and make disciples of the nations, and baptizing them, so on and so forth, and teach them all that I have commanded you." Well, this is what he commanded them. He commanded them to follow the law. So if the disciples are commanding them to do what Jesus commanded them to do, then this is included. He should have said, "Teach the nations and tell them everything that I commanded you except for the law part. Just don't do that part." He could have said that. Jesus could have cleared it up at any minute. He could have said, "Actually, the law, you don't got to follow once I'm dead." He never did. In fact, in the early church, they knew that Jesus was pro-law. Their fix for it was different. Their fix is even better, by the way. If somebody's going to this passage and saying this means the law goes away, they're idiots. They should read the early church fathers. The early church fathers says, no, Jesus meant for you to follow the law until the Holy Spirit later comes and changes it. The people, when Jesus was alive, wasn't ready to hear it. It wasn't until the Holy Spirit came around after his death that changed it that people were ready to make the change. That's much more palatable because it takes this verse and says, yes, it means what it says, but the Holy Spirit is equally as valid, and the Holy Spirit said, now you don't have to follow these laws anymore. That's the proper hermeneutic. If somebody comes in with a different hermeneutic saying, no, this passage gets rid of the law, well, they just don't know how to read.
Right. Well, and another thing that I thought of is if Jesus is God and omniscient, then he doesn't need to put that like either or. He doesn't say either or, but like it wouldn't make sense for him to use vague language like that to say, I don't know, if heaven and earth passes away before all is accomplished, then the law's done. But if all is accomplished before that, then the law's done then.
True.
It just doesn't make any sense.
If you're omniscient, you don't need the if. You just know. Right?
Yeah. And then I'm sure Christians would probably be like, oh, well, he said he, spoke in parables so that people wouldn't understand. And it's like, that's still stupid.
Yeah, that's even dumber.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're making it worse, not better.
Right. Yeah. You're just digging the hole deeper. Stop digging. I think I heard somebody say on either your live or another, somebody else in the deconstruction community that fulfill in that context, the way that it was used, the Jews would have understood it to mean keep. Is that as far as like, is that like with tradition, or is that with like an actual, like based on how the translation would would be from the original.
Okay, so that's a tough one because remember this is written in Greek. Did Jesus's actual audience speak Greek? Probably not. Did Jesus utter these words in Greek? No, probably not. So we're forced with this really weird thing is like, okay, the words are recorded in Greek. We could do a breakdown of like, okay, what's the semantic range of, was it plerao, I believe was the Greek word. What's the semantic range of this word? But like the reality is Jesus didn't say this in Greek. He would have said it in Aramaic. So like we could do a breakdown. Yes, plerao in the lexicon is going to say to bring something to fullness or to completion, or to to have the requirements fulfilled. You'll get stuff like that. But it doesn't connotate passing away or anything of that nature. Now, if Jesus spoke this, what did he really mean by it? I agree with most biblical scholars that when Jesus says that he didn't come to abolish but to fulfill, he's suggesting that what he's about to do is going to piss some people off. And people are going to assume that he came to get rid of the law. Because remember, the next thing he does is he starts changing some of the laws. So he's prefacing this by saying, "Listen, I'm not getting rid of the law. I'm fulfilling the law." And what he really means here is, I'm not getting rid of this fucking law. I'm making it harder. I'm making it so that the true intention of the law is actually carried out. Because I actually want the condition of your heart to be how the law is enacted, not just did you follow these legalistic steps, right? So I'm catching Jesus' words saying, listen, you have to not only to follow this law, you got to follow this law even fucking harder. That's what he meant by I came to not abolish, but to fulfill. I'm giving you the real edition of the law, and it's even harder than what you thought. Because if you look at how he changes it, everything he does when he changes the law in chapter 5 of Matthew, he just makes it harder.
Yeah, it's like narrowing the, well, I guess expanding the definition of certain things to make it harder. Yeah. Well, and then he's also like, hey, why aren't you stoning kids? You guys should be doing that. Come on.
Yeah, Mark 7, he's like, stone the fucking kids. You rebellious Pharisees.
Right. Yeah, and I mentioned that when I was talking to my mom, and she basically said that, like, he was just saying, like, he was just picking a random example or something along those lines. But, like, if he was saying you should be following the law and picked that, then that means that he thinks that you should be following that, right?
You mean, is Matthew 5 commenting on his changes? You should follow only the thing that he's changed?
No, as far as like, so my mom was trying to say, I was like, okay, so like if Jesus is God and therefore the God of the Old Testament, then he commanded this, and then he doubled down on it and said, hey, you guys are bypassing this, you shouldn't be doing that. And so he, like, endorsed his own previous statement kind of thing. And she was trying to say that it was like, well, he was just saying, just like as an example, here's something from the law code that you're not doing. He wasn't necessarily endorsing it. And I feel
well, that's preposterous, because what he did was he chastised the Pharisees for not following the law, right? So the example that he gave, well, here's why you're not following the law. Well, clearly then Jesus's preference would be for them to do that, or else he wouldn't have picked that as an example. Like, he would have picked an example that, like, he wanted them to follow. Like, you would never criticize somebody for not doing something by using an example that you think they shouldn't do.
Right. Yeah.
Like, what a preposterous thing to think about. Also, one of the things that I do a lot is I remind Christians, listen, I don't give a fuck what you think Jesus said. The God of the Old Testament, when he gave these laws, said to do it forever. And I walk them through all the passages where God says, do this law forever, which means even if Jesus disagreed with the Old Testament and said that you don't have to do the law, who gives a fuck? He's make
it even worse.
He's a heretic now. Exactly. He's fucking out. He's not he's not even qualified to be the Messiah. He directly disagrees with God's most important commands.
Right. Yeah, and I know the Christian excuse is, well, he is God, so he he can change that. But then it's like, well, did God
Well,
change his mind on that?
God, exactly. God can't contradict himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So then, and my dad, he got a master's in divinity a while back, and then after he retired, he went back to do. I don't remember what degree it was, but so I should have known better than to. I had we had a family dinner at a restaurant, and he and I were talking, and I just casually brought up that trying to be clever or whatever. I was like, because Jesus and Paul disagree on whether you should follow the law and whatever. And so then I got a text message from him like the next day with a response to that. And it was basically the same thing of like, Jesus said that, you would follow the law, but then he fulfilled it. And so then Paul came in and picked up from that point. And something that he said in that, he said, so like it is finished means the work to free us from sin was completed by him, and those who trust that work in faith are done with the law, but still shouldn't lie, murder, etc. I was
why
wondering if
those?
you have exactly. Yeah, that was where I was going.
If the law's
I haven't
gone, it's
responded to him
gone.
yet, but- right. Yeah. It's you basically is that kind of your experience where Christians just kind of pick and choose which laws of the Old Testament they still want to follow?
Yeah, in fact, I really fuck with them. I said, okay, you don't have to worry about the law anymore. I guess we can own slaves. Because their hermeneutic or their apologetic is going to be, well, God regulated slavery. Well, so the law is just a regulation on slavery. That regulation's gone now, so I can own slaves. Oh,
Right.
fuck, cool, awesome. Thanks for letting me know. I can own slaves now.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. And so like now you can own, I guess in this case, it would be fellow Christians.
Yeah. No reason why you couldn't.
The conversion there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, I don't know. I guess I should probably try to return to the, truce with my family, because like you said, you
Well,
can throw truth at them all day. And
if you like your family, it's usually not worth arguing with them over this type of stuff. When they're actually ready and interested to hear what you have to say, they'll talk to you about it earnestly. You won't have to argue with them.
Yeah.
I've not had this argument with a single person in my family, and I've had many of them come to me and be like, "Hey, let's have like a real conversation." So, yeah, when they're ready, they're ready. It's also true, sometimes Jesus says some things that are actually interesting. One of my favorite quotes from Jesus that's interesting is, he says, "No prophet is honored in his hometown." And that's actually a really true thing. Your family saw you grow up and pick your nose and eat worms and scratch your butt. They're not going to take the most important life advice from you. You see what I'm saying? Like, they know all of your imperfections. So you're not going to be their first choice for somebody that's going to deconvert me from my religion. They're typically more interested in somebody with a position of authority and education telling them.
Right. And there's also like it's even harder like as a parent to like listen to your child and like admit that they are right about something you're wrong about.
Right. Yeah. It's very hard to impress your family. Your family knows all your problems.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, big fan. Really enjoy your live streams. You have
Hey,
the
thanks,
patient
man.
of, shall I say, a saint, a saint of Doug.
Some days are worse than
and
others. There's some days I get a short fuse, but I try.
for sure, yeah, yeah. Well, and some people just insist on doing the stupidest things, and
Yeah.
and I did a super chat. I was like, I started typing it out, and it got to the point where it was like, this is gonna be $200 to send it. I was like, never mind. So I shortened it. I sent the super chat the other day about how callers don't pay attention when they're in the queue.
They never
And then
do.
they come up, and a lot of times it's the exact same arguments the last one did, and sometimes they name them. Like they're like, I want to do the argument from motion. It's like, okay, so like you already know that it's a common argument, and And then, so
It's crazy.
my long version of that. What's
I'll
that?
ask them sometimes. I'm like, is it your belief that I've never heard this? And they're like, no, you probably heard it. I was like, do you think I'm not going to have a response for it? They're like, well, let's try it anyways. I'm like, why? Why
Yeah.
would you think that this is going to, whatever, go for it. At least it'll be easy.
Right. Yeah. But I was trying to work out this whole joke about, hey, Justin, can I get a look at the blueprints for the neuralizer, the remote neuralizer that you use to to wipe the guest's mind as they come into the box and then throughout the call? And it turned into this whole thing, and it was like $200 to send that. I'm like, I don't have $200.
Yeah, super chats get wild. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh
But
man.
yeah, anyway, I think that's everything. I really appreciate you doing these
Sure
these
thing, man.
Q&As because yeah, I don't want to come up when you're trying to do a debate and be like, hey, let's chat.
Yeah. I don't
So,
want to take away from the debate to do chit chat, but I'll try to do more Q&As this year on Sundays when I'm not on AXP or the lines, because I'm on AXP and the line quite a bit, but I think I'm going to have more Sunday evenings free this year because I made an agreement with the line to do at least one Wednesday a month. And so typically, like if I'm on the line on a Wednesday with Matt, that means I'm not going to be on the line Sunday night, that Sunday night, right?
Okay.
So it should free up some of my Sundays because I'll be on more on like Mondays and Wednesdays. So I think I'll be able to do a few more Q&As. And the Q&As I think are good on Sunday night. There's a lot of people chilling around at home that aren't at work that would
Right.
pop in and ask questions, you know?
Right. And as as your atheist base gets more familiar with you doing this every now and then on Sunday evenings, you'll probably get more people like me who, they have questions but don't want to interrupt the debate side of things.
Yeah.
So,
That's the goal too.
and
Plus, when people come up in the debates and ask questions, I get to say, "Hey, listen, save it for the Q&A."
right, rather than, well, we never do that. It's, well, hey, we do that on certain days, and this isn't the day for that. Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, I might be back if they continue redoubling their efforts to try to convert me back to Christianity.
Well, let's
That
know how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. My childhood was like I was at odds with them a lot over that. So
Yeah, I get it.
it was nice to have the ceasefire, and hopefully we can go back to a ceasefire truce, whatever you want to call it. But
Well, we're rooting for you, friend.
thank you very much. All right.
Have a great one, friend.
You too. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 questions in the super chat queue, and then I'm gonna take collapsalism from the queue. Oh, well, Dre came back. We'll try Dre for the 3rd time, but Dre, if you're not ready when I bring you up this time, I'm just not going to bring you up again. Genji says academic biblical on Reddit is also another great internet resource. That's actually true, actually. If you just want like a jumping off point on a biblical topic, academic biblical, or is it biblical academic, or forget, on Reddit it's actually a really good thread. There's a bunch of educated people in there. Do definitely recommend that one. Thank you for that one, Genji. And Sand Sensibility says, loving the Q&A. Thank you for that. Want to give a shout out to 2 wonderful organizations, the Clergy Project and Recovering from Religion. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Sand. And we do bring up Recovering from Religion quite a bit, but I kind of forget about the Clergy Project from time to time. The Clergy Project is pretty awesome. It's helping like clergy that have deconstructed and no longer are in the faith, giving them a path out of the church. So like if you need assistance getting the fuck out now that you recognize that it's all bullshit, Clergy Project can typically help. Big W for that. And Rational Atheist, beautiful puppy, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks again for taking me. Forgot to ask, am I crazy or is the rapture not in the Bible? It kind of is, actually. It's not in the Bible the way people think it's in the Bible, but it is in there. So 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 says Jesus can come back, blow the trumpet, and the dead will rise and we'll all meet Jesus in the air. That's kind of the precursor to the rapture. This idea that Jesus is coming back and then leaving with people, and then people are just like wandering here, that may or may not be in the Bible. It depends on how you're going to read it, but there is one passage where Jesus says that one will be caught up and one will be left behind. Let me grab that for you real quick. Hold on. Give me a second, because he talks about it. It was Matthew 24 during the Olivet Discourse when he said this will be like the days of Noah. Yeah. Okay. So this is the other passage I think people are getting this rapture from, and it's not entirely clear that this is a rapture, but this is what they're going to point to. So Jesus talks about his second coming and his judgment. He says, about that there, the hour no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, only the Father. For as the days of Noah were, so will the coming of the Son of Man. As for the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark, and then they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away. So too it will be when the coming of the Son of Man. Then two will be in the field, and one will be taken, and one will be left. Two women will be grinding a meal together, and one will be taken, and one will be left. Keep awake, therefore, for you do not know on what day the Lord is coming. But understand this, if the owner of that, so on and so forth. So that's where the idea of the rapture comes from, are those kind of two passages, and then you have to intermix that with the book of Revelation. But it certainly could be that Jesus is just saying that they would be taken for the judgment. Because in the next chapter, Matthew 25, he talks about the judgment, how he's going to gather the people when he comes. So, I mean, it doesn't seem to be that he's going to snatch you away and come back 1,000 years later. That doesn't seem to be there. You have to get that by adding Revelation into the mix. Astronova, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. It says Pi Day is on the way. I know, we're almost there. We should celebrate it somehow. I don't know how we would celebrate it, though. With some pie, obviously. Praise Doug and Sharon, indeed. Praise Doug and Sharon. Rock hard for Doug. Simfluet for Sharon. And Gemini Rising, it's been a hot minute since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well, friend. Says, every time someone in chat accuses you of grifting, I like to make a donation in their name. This one's for Cap and Cook. Thank you, Gemini. I really appreciate that. It's crazy. There's been some people that have been following me since the beginning. They knew me when I was doing this day in and day out for nothing. Like it's preposterous to me. But what are you gonna do? It's like anytime you do something and you're able to make a living on it, now you're a grifter. That's not what it means to be a grifter, dummies. To be a grifter, it means that you're taking a position that you don't actually hold in order to make money. Like, you don't believe in something, you're pretending to believe in something so that you can make money off it. Like these televangelists, those are fucking grifters. Like these political pundits that have these far right turns out of nowhere, like Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin. But they were lefties, and then one day, oops, it turns out I'm getting a lot of money from these right wingers to be a right winger. What about that? That's what it means to be a grifter. I'm a person who is up here talking about what I believe. And it just happens to be that people are entertained by it enough that they come and watch, and I can put on a show and make a living doing it. It's not grifting. It just happens to be what I do. Listen, apologists are doing it. There are Christian pastors and apologists doing the same thing on the other side of the aisle. Are they grifters? No, of course not. Get out of here. Jagged to Tiger says, why would ID a perfect being? I think that might be a typo. Why would a perfect being need to create something he doesn't already have? Wouldn't that mean they are lacking something? Indeed. Was he lonely? Did he need somebody to love? Like, what is it? What is it about God where he had a desire to create? And to keep in mind, if God didn't have a desire to create, which again, they're going to tell you God doesn't have desires, by the way. Christians and other people who, especially the philosophical type people, so God's not like humans. He didn't really have desires. Like, okay, well, if God didn't have a desire to create, then why did he create? Now it seems like really arbitrary that God even created in the first place if he did something that he didn't even desire to do. What the fuck are we talking about? Okay, let's get Collapse in here. Welcome back, Collapse.
Hey, what's up, brother? You can hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yeah, how you doing?
All right, awesome. I'm doing great. I hope everything over there is going good and great for you.
Buddy, we're going.
All right, so I actually have a bunch of points from things you've said, but I'm not going to address those because I hope in the near future I can get you on for an interview outside of just talking about the Bible.
Sure.
But with you being as deep as you were into it, do you know why there, or is there any reason why when like pastors and all of these types of people, those people, I guess, priests and all of that, why other like church leaders and stuff don't condemn them and make a big deal about it? It seems like secular people make the biggest deal when like pastors do these heinous things.
Yeah. So typically what happens is when somebody that is in the pulpit does something that is like really unbecoming, or like super sinful or super illegal, one of your first thoughts is, oh my God, the church is going to go under, right? So
Yeah.
almost immediately people kind of go into cleanup mode of like, okay, what do we need to do to deal with this situation, but also make it so that the church doesn't collapse? So I knew a young woman when I was younger. I guess I was probably 19 or 18. She's a friend of mine. She got touched by the youth pastor at a different church, and her and another girl both did, and they let it come about. They told the leadership and everything, and the leadership wouldn't even publicly address it. They literally just sent the pastor away, like pretended like he was going to another church, and got rid of him. Didn't tell the congregation what had happened, didn't inform the police, nothing. They just wanted to make the problem go away without losing the church. And I feel like that's typically kind of the thing that happens. I was at a church once that split, and the thing that split our church, I was young, I guess I was 17 or 18 at the time, was there was a family in the church. The father was in the worship band. He was kind of influential in the church. And it came to light that he was like physically beating the shit out of his kids and his wife, and was also cheating openly on his wife. It was crazy. And it was a really bad situation. And we had two pastors at this church. And the reason why they split was one pastor was like, we actually have to fucking do something. There's a family in our church that's like really like there's some illegal shit happening. The kids aren't safe. We have to like actually intervene and do some stuff here. And there's another guy's like, no, we can't get involved. We don't want to make it public. The church will go under if they know like one of our worship leaders, because he was in the worship band. He's like, if one of our members up here on the stage is doing all this shit, people will want to leave the church. And then the church ended up splitting into people who were like, this is horrific, we actually have to do something, and the people were like, no, we shouldn't do anything, let's ignore it and hope it goes away. And because there's a huge amount of people that under no circumstance will they be willing to risk losing the church in order to do the right thing, when really you got to do the right thing whether the church is going to be threatened or not.
And you would think, because at least for me, like that makes it worse when they don't do anything. They push more people away, and nobody, like, they haven't caught on to like, it's okay to like condemn things that are wrong, other than like, even if it is people from our side.
Yeah. And the other thing too is a lot of times the person in question that did the wrong thing, they're really close friends with somebody else, right? So what happens is, by making it public, you kind of impugn the character of the friends. Like, wouldn't you have known this was going on? Did you know this about your friend? Were you aware of this when you put him in leadership? There's so many other questions that get asked, and sometimes there's even a little bit of pity. I won't say who, for fear that somebody in my audience might get around to somebody I actually know, but I knew two young women that were inappropriately touched by their piano teacher. It actually was more than two. And it came out like maybe 2 decades after the fact. And it turned out that there wasn't just 2 victims. There was like a dozen victims. It had been doing it for a long time. And, but he had been friends with other people in this church for decades, 50 years, like just ingrained in the society. And there were actually people, some of them fucking parents of the girls, that was like, he did something bad, but let's not take it to the police. Let's not.
No.
He shouldn't have to die in prison, right? And so that's how some people are. They're like, listen, I know this guy. We've been friends for 5 decades. So they feel like this extra amount of empathy for this person just because they've been friends for a long time, when in reality they did some bullshit. They got to pay for it.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's gross, man.
Yeah, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I don't want to take up a lot of your time. You got a lot of fans, and I'm an idiot and have
No,
like
it's all
just
right.
dumb questions. I do want to commend you on not crashing out on King James onlyists, because like I'm mixed race and I have a black dad who's a King James onlyist.
Yeah.
And every time I hear them, they say the same thing. It's the spirituality and all of that. And
Yep.
it's just like it just triggers me so bad, because most of the worst people I know are King
They are.
James.
They are.
Versions, so
if you had a Venn diagram of King James onlyists and racist people, it's like virtually a circle.
yeah, well, when they're black, it's worse.
Oh.
Like I have my family's King James onlyists, so like it's just they're disgusting people.
So you might know my ex-wife was Egyptian, and I had this neighbor that was King James onlyish, and we went out to lunch one time at it was at a church buffet actually, and my ex-wife got up to go to the bathroom, and she leaned over. She's like, "Justin, you know you're living in sin." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, you married outside of your own kind. I was like, "You motherfucker! I will never fucking talk to you again if you ever let that leave your mouth."
Yeah, I've heard that with them as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Also, maybe I don't want to tell you how to run your show or anything, but maybe once in a while, tell people to take a water break and stretch. We'd be sitting here for a long time, Justin.
Well, the other thing too is like sometimes I'll have to take a break and I won't. Like I really need to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, fuck, it's only like 3 hours left. I could suck it up for 3 hours, right? But I really should.
No, man, take care of yourself. Everybody's gonna understand, right? Like you're still a human. You still have to do what you need to do. So, all right, man.
Thanks,
I'm gonna let you go and get to the other people.
Absolutely. Cheers,
I'm rooting
friend.
for your continued success, and take it easy, man. Thank you.
Big W.
All right, later.
Claps is funny. All right, listen. I said I'd try to get Dre in here again. Dre, please actually be ready this time. Welcome in, Dre.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Awesome.
I
Dre, what's in your mind?
I just had a quick question. I think this issue might be like multifaceted maybe, but I've heard it's about history, recent history. I've heard that there might have been like a little bit of a conspiracy with some people in southern states of the US trying to get missionaries into Latin America because they feared something related to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was more kind of left wing with something called the theology of liberation. Do you know if there is anything to that?
Not in terms of like liberation theology, but the Catholic Church typically is much more likely to be left leaning than the Protestants. The Protestants overwhelmingly are right wingers. But it depends. Like, so if the abortion issue is hot, you'll find a lot of Catholics will vote right wing just for the abortion issue. That's like their pet peeve with politics is the abortion issue. But when the abortion issue is not really on the table and it's not really all that hot, then the Catholics, I think, typically a lot of them will align with the lefties. So, but this has been my experience. I know it's different everywhere else, but you also have to remember there's a lot less Catholics in the North. They're usually coastal, like up towards the Northeast or over towards California. So they vote a lot like other coastal people will,
Yeah. I'm kind of learning about the history of my country, and it turns out major reforms that we have, rights that we actually currently enjoy, were kind of negotiated by a bishop, I think, of the Catholic Church. He was kind of affiliated with the Communist Party, and I think they had like organized strikes with labor forces and banana plantations. And so for us here where I live, it's we have many rights that we enjoy thanks to like left-leaning reforms. And in general, many people, even Catholics, I was talking to my aunt yesterday, and she's like, I don't understand why some people care too much about like gender ideology or abortion. She is Catholic. And I was like, yeah, that's why I think Catholics are more progressive. But my original question is in regards to the US, intervention in Latin America. And I heard that, like the people from the South were sending kind of missionaries in order, because, for instance, I am from a very rural area and you only have Catholic churches here. Like
Right.
my mom grew up and she never heard about fundamentalism or evangelicals. And all of my aunt, other aunt, she was Catholic, but then she went to the other side. And I heard of this kind of conspiracy from people from the US trying to divide countries in Latin America because Catholicism was very progressive.
I don't know much about that. I do know this. Most of the Protestants that I know don't consider the Catholics to be real Christians, and they would absolutely send missionaries to like heavy Catholic areas to convert them to Protestantism. That's a real thing, especially if you're a Catholic in Latin America. So, for example, when I was in Nicaragua, it was clear that their form of Catholicism was deeply entrenched with what might be considered like their native religion. So if you look at like the way they celebrated Catholicism, there was definitely a mashup. Similar to like what you find in the islands, you'll find that Christianity in the islands seems to be a mashup of their native religions and Christianity. And so a lot of Christians would be like, listen, not only are they Catholic, but like they're the worst kind of Catholic. They're like mixing Catholicism with their native religions and doing all this weird stuff. So like, surely we have to go and convert them. So there's definitely some people that I think are just legitimately trying to convert people to Protestantism. I don't know anything about a conspiracy theory to try to transition people from Catholicism to Protestantism purely for the vote. Now, not that it couldn't happen. I've just never heard of it.
Right. Yeah. And I think, it has to do also with, I guess, globalization, the world more interconnected also. Because I know many people who, when I was young, they were Catholic and then they moved to evangelical churches. And since I'm learning a little bit about the history of I'm from Costa Rica. I didn't know you've been to Nicaragua. We're neighbors.
Yeah. Central America is pretty dope, but you got to be careful when you look like me. You get yourself in a lot of trouble down there.
For sure, yes. But we did have about 8 years ago an election, which was kind of a fundamentalist candidate and then a more progressive one. And thankfully, then we like the country united, and we voted in the more progressive guy. But this time it was like another election, but I think the conservative part of the winning party this time was a little bit more hidden. You know what I mean? They still had like anti-establishment rhetoric, and that's what mostly people liked. But people who voted for them are not aware, for instance, that the administration already has kind of agreements with evangelical pastors, and some of the Congress people that they elected or chose are actually pastors. So this time they won, and I don't know. I'll see. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
wouldn't
that
be
was my question.
surprised with our current administration there might be some what's the word I'm looking for? Some propaganda designed to manipulate people to vote a particular way. Seems like we're definitely in an age where people are using propaganda and info to change the votes. Like even now, during a lot of our political campaigns in America, you see a lot of Russian money buying ads and running ads trying to sway Americans to vote a particular way. I would be shocked if Americans weren't doing that in Mexico or in Central America.
Central America, yeah. Yeah, I've been paying attention for a little while, and it's the first time I saw congressmen from and congresswomen from the U.S. actually kind of, how do you say, supporting this candidate. They were actually they are the current administration, and they won for the next 4 years, and you could say they are right wing, a little bit, but they are very aligned with the U.S. And Marco Rubio, I think, have been here. I think there was a little bit of a controversial topic because actually they sent immigrants, and then the Costa Rican government didn't let them out. Like they were kind of in prison, and it's from a factory from Faber-Castell. The Faber-Castell, is it the one? The German company that makes pencils.
I don't think I know the company.
No, they donated some buildings to the Costa Rican government, and then the Costa Rican government misused them. They accepted 200 immigrants from Trump, and our courts had to liberate them. Let's say, but yeah, they're kind of aligned with the U.S. right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my question. I really enjoy your content. I actually watch you a lot because I have a very boring job, so I put you in the background. And I really, really appreciate your content.
I picked up. I appreciate it, friend.
All right. See you around.
Have a great one. Speaking of friends, Solovino is with us. How you doing, Solo?
Hey, how's it going? It's been a while.
It's been a minute. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. So my question will be relatively quick, I think. Or at least I hope it is, because I want other people to get a chance. Also, thank you for the opportunity, by the way.
Absolutely, bud.
So when it seems to me, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me like you prioritize certain biblical contradictions over others. And I'm curious if there's a reason for that. Like you don't bring up stuff like the contradictions in like the resurrection accounts as much as you'll talk about like perhaps King Josiah. And it seems to me like, well, here's what I'm thinking. It seems to me like, King Josiah seems like it's more of an actual, like, just straight up logical contradiction, while the other ones might have some wiggle room to, like, to fudge around. And I'm just curious, is there a reason why you prioritize certain contradictions over others?
Yeah, there is. And because I've got like 80 of them on my cheat sheet now, so there's plenty to pick from. So there are two things that I typically prioritize when using a contradiction. One, is it quickly explained? If I have to go in a long diatribe and go deep into the text explaining why it's a contradiction, then you kind of lose the audience. There's some people that won't really get it. The guy or the gal you're talking to might not get it either. And so like, okay, so you need it to be super easy to understand. And number two, you need it to be a slam dunk. If you're debating somebody on a contradiction and you already know, like I know like almost all of the apologetics for all of the contradictions. So if I know that there's apologetic for a contradiction and the apologetic, even though it's not good, it's at least mildly plausible, I'm not going to use it because it's not worth my time in a debate. Now, if I'm talking to a friend and like, hey, what about this contradiction? Then we're going to like, yeah, let's really dig into this one. Let's spend some time on it, right? But in a debate, you want it to be quick and hard hitting.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was just suspecting. So you would still think that, Jesus being like the hour of Jesus's crucifixion.
Total contradiction for sure.
Yeah, but takes a little bit longer to explain because they'll bring up stuff like different time periods or whether they were using Roman time or Jewish time or whatnot. So it's just to avoid the. Yeah.
There's a bunch of contradictions between John and the synoptics. When I touch on the contradiction of like Jesus's last words or the resurrection account or perhaps what time was he crucified, what I'll do is, because I know almost all of those contradictions exist in the Gospel of John, I'll say, look, the Gospel of John alone is full of contradictions surrounding the death and resurrection of Jesus, and I'll list all of them as a demonstration of like, look, John is just a contradictory book when you line it up against the synoptics, and it's not that fair of a tactic because it's almost like gish galloping them. But it proves a good point, which is like, look, if you're just going by face value of the text, I can take these passages in John, and they just don't agree. What's more likely, that John was an idiot that just kept writing this stuff that disagreed with these others, right? Or is it more likely that John didn't write John and these other, gospel authors didn't write that? Why would John be contradicting Matthew if they're both disciples? Everything in Matthew and everything in the other gospels should line up perfectly if they were eyewitness accounts, and they don't line up perfectly. But I do get it. The other reason why I don't do like the resurrection account contradictions is because everybody does. Like, it's such a common contradiction that I'm like, every person I'm going to bring that up with has already heard about it, and they've either accepted it or dismissed it.
Right. Okay. I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I didn't know if there were some that you literally didn't think were as strong, but that makes more sense to me. If you're trying to get like a debate going, that's going to be more hard hitting and just easily accessible in terms of people being able to understand it, then sure.
Yeah. Because if you look at the cheat sheet, like all the topics that I debate, there's lots of examples to pick from on the cheat sheet. And I go to the same arguments over and over again because they work, right? And I know sometimes my audiences probably get bored of hearing me use the same argument over and over again, but the reality is they work. And when you're debating a believer, sometimes before you can get into the weeds on some of the minutia, you have to break them down on the stuff that actually works. And once they get to a point where you can see like their guard is finally letting down and they're willing to be rational, then you can dive into the more niche, the more minutia, and try to get in with the fun stuff. But when you're at the beginning of the argument, unfortunately, it's almost always more economical to do the fastest, hardest hitting stuff right at the front.
Right. Okay, so one little quick question as I exit out here. If there was one that you could choose, and I'm sure you've heard this a million times, but if there's one that you could choose that you think is just the most hard-hitting, the most devastating, like for anyone like who's trying to support this idea of like Christianity, what's the one that you would pull out and go to and be like, this makes it all fall apart?
I think I would use two in consort, and they agree with each other, and it's hard to separate them anyways. One is the ritual of circumcision. So Paul is like, absolutely don't do circumcision. If you take the rites of circumcision, then Christ is of no use to you. But when you just compare what the rest of the Bible says about circumcision, like in Ezekiel 44, and elsewhere, it says that when the Messiah comes in Ezekiel, that everyone's going to be circumcised. Right? And we got all these prophecies talking about how the uncircumcised will cease to enter Jerusalem again. Like, what are you talking about? And so, like, we definitely have this idea of like the Old Testament law is going to carry on, and one of the most outward symbols of that is the marks of circumcision, of which even Paul had his follower circumcised for, out of fear of retribution. But and then I would dovetail that into the contradiction of the law of which we talked about earlier, Matthew 5:17 through 19, demonstrating that Jesus agreed with his daddy on the Old Testament that the law was forever and you got to follow this thing. I think it's a really good contradiction because it allows you to, if you're talking to somebody honest, they'll immediately see the problem. If they don't see the problem, it's good enough that you can kind of beat them over the head with it because there's so much material in the Hebrew Bible. So much. There's gobs of material in the Hebrew Bible saying to follow this law forever, that even if they're stubborn and we're like, well, Matthew 5:17 is fulfilling the law, you can point them to a dozen other passages where the God of the Hebrew Bible is like, bullshit, I said follow that law forever. And if you say something different from me, then you're a heretic and you're a false prophet and you should be murdered. That's what I would do. That's my favorite contradiction. Outside of that, I don't know. My second favorite is probably how Judas died. That's a common one, though.
Well, they did murder him, so maybe God was just contradicting himself, and that's why they killed him. I don't know.
Maybe I do like the reason why, the real reason Jesus had to die was because he broke two laws that were punishable by capital offense. One was he knocked up his own mother. Can't do that. You cannot knock up your own mother. And that certainly would be the case that Mary was knocked up by Jesus because Jesus and the Father are one. And if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. So that means also the Father knocked up Mary, which is another sin. The Father can't knock up his own daughter. And so it creates like this really weird reproductive circle where it turns out that Jesus knocked up his own mother to give birth to himself, which means he should have basically been killed twice according to the law. Pretty crazy.
Oh, wow. That is. Well, thank you for your time, sir. I'm going to let someone get up here and ask a question, but let's get some W's for Solovino in the chat, everybody.
Definitely huge W's for Solovino. Good to hear from your friend. I hope you're doing well. Solo used to come and hang out with me on the live stream way back in ye olden days before I was streaming to YouTube, when we were just doing the TikTok debates. Great guy. All right, good question. Thanks for the additional super chat. It says about Lucifer we're still on Lucifer the series. Oh shit. I'm going to know the whole series before this live stream is over. In the series, he is connected to Samuel, and by his behavior to Athtar, not Lothan. Oh, interesting. So in the series, they connect Athtar the Terrible to Lucifer rather than Lotan. Wonder why they do that. So Athtar was the son of Venus in the Ugaritic pantheon. Maybe like a cousin to Baal? Huh. I'll have to watch it. See, now y'all have piqued my interest. Christianity is the one that wrongly associated Satan, Lucifer, and the sea serpent. I agree. Actually, there should never have been an association with Satan and the serpent, the Leviathan, or Lotan. Agreed. Ben Xavier, thank you for the spirit. It says singer from Three Doors Down and the main actor from Dawson's Creek both died from kidney and colon cancer. They didn't even hit 50. Makes you think. Fuck, that's crazy. It does actually make you think. I did hear recently that they're having people, doctors are prescribing colon cancer screenings sooner. They used to wait till you're 50. Now they're doing it between 40 and 45. So I'm like, fuck, looks like I need to get a screening to make sure I don't, right? So yeah, I mean, you never know, friends. It's never too early to get a health checkup to make sure that you're okay. You know what I mean? Like, you're never gonna regret, checking with the doctor to make sure you're okay. You'll always regret not checking with the doctor and then finding out that it's too late. That's what you'll regret. So take care of yourselves, friends. Ed McCorrine, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, daily listener. Thank you for listening. Rock hard for Doug and hard for Justin. Could you give a quick explanation about how the Old Testament became a thing in the first place and how the New Testament came about? How many stories like the Bible came before it? Thank you. Well, yes, yes, a lot here. Okay. How the Bible came about. So, the general theory is currently what scholars believe is some variant of the documentary hypothesis. My personal favorite variant is the fragmentary hypothesis, but there's the supplementarian hypothesis and all kinds of other variants. And basically, what this means is in the north and the south, the northern 10 tribes and Benjamin and Judah in the south, they had these texts that were kept by priests and kings that kind of told like the history and the mythology of the people. But they were kind of independently collected, and then eventually they got combined. Now you might ask when and why they would get combined. Well, it seems that the reason why they got combined was when the northern 10 tribes got wiped out by the Assyrians. A lot of their priests moved south into Judah and integrated into Judean life and brought their text with them. And what Judah did is they really tried to create a solid front by saying, actually, we're all part of the same family and same lineage, same religion even. They kind of merged the two texts. This is the late merge theory. There's an earlier merge theory, but this is the most popular. So they basically merged the texts after the Assyrian conquest in order to create a united front. And we've got lots of historical evidence for this. It seems to be the case that most people went to the mega city like Jerusalem, and Jerusalem doubled in size during the Assyrian invasion. A lot of people went south to seek safety in Jerusalem. So in order to unify this massive people, they combined their holy books and they stitched that shit together. And you had four main families of texts. Those that came from the Yahwist group, those were the Judeans. Those that came from the Elohist group, they were in the north. They believed in Elohim. So as the names would tell you, the Elohist and the Yahwist were different god groups, and they got merged. The Yahweh got merged with Elohim, and then the other two groups are the priestly order. They were mostly from the north. And then also the Deuteronomistic history, or Deutero history. So the Deutero history covers like Deuteronomy all the way through Kings. And so these are kind of like the four layers of how the text came together. It's real easy to tease out if you're reading it in Hebrew. Even in English, you'll notice it. Richard Elliott Freeman and Joel Baden have written in recent times on the documentary hypothesis in very convincing ways. I would recommend both of their books. The New Testament, not so much. The New Testament, we don't really know who wrote the Gospels. We don't really know why they were preserved over other Gospels. We know that during the early ecumenical councils, they were basically voted or made arguments for why these are the documents that needed to be preserved. The Pauline epistles are a fucking train wreck. There's like maybe 7 authentic epistles, who knows? Maybe more, and like we don't have a guarantee that Paul even wrote the authentic ones. It seems clear that there's more than 2 Corinthians, by the way. Scholars will say there's typically 4 Corinthians, at least 3 at a minimum, and that there are 2 letters to the Corinthians that are actually lost to history. We don't know what happened to them, but Paul seems to allude to them. So like and who collected Paul's letters? I don't fucking know. No one knows. The churches that he wrote to, probably. The New Testament coming together is a difficult one. The Old Testament is just as difficult, except we can, through language, we can kind of tease out where the text came from, not the who. Yeah, we don't know who wrote the Old Testament. We just know the groups of people. But yeah, those are some suggestions. And it's 10 o'clock now. This will be my last super chat, and I gotta close it down. I gotta get some sleep tonight. I'm live tomorrow night, y'all. Though we're debating tomorrow night from 6 to midnight, like usual. Konami says, "Did Mary bleed her first time God went into her?" Oh fuck, that's wild. But it does bring up a good question about the Immaculate Conception. What are you doing there? I mean, apparently, the Immaculate Conception is the explanation for why Mary wasn't tainted by original sin. 'Cause that was a huge problem for them. Like, well, what do we do with the logistics, right? If Mary was tainted by original sin, then she couldn't give birth to Jesus, because then Jesus would be tainted by original sin. So what the fuck are we doing? So they had to create a whole doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, not of Jesus, but of Mary. And it's a whole thing. Actually, we got one more. McCoring says, that was an awesome explanation. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad to help. Truly love what you do. Sometimes I go crazy in the comments. Some guests are simply brainwashed. Go crazy all you want in the comments. Chirp all you want in the comments. It's fun. I love watching the banter in the comments. It's a really good time, actually. All right, friends, listen, it's 10 o'clock. I got some stuff I got to get done. I'm going to go actually get some sleep tonight. As Clap said, take a stretch, drink some water, get some sleep. If you're over 40, get a colonoscopy. And we'll see you again tomorrow night, guys. Love you.